And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. Really appreciate every single one of you coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away, and now going here. Hello, everybody. It is Alien Spaceship. Hope everybody's having a good day, good evening, good afternoon, wherever y'all are. Hello, Saw Girl in chat. I am glad to see you too. Hello, Journey. Yeah, we are looking forward to seeing our alien chat tonight, and yeah, we are here now. Hope everybody's been having a great day. I have been doing fine. I was watching Mermaid's game. I didn't complete all of it, but I watched well, I haven't like commented on it, but I was watching her pool game she was playing. It looked pretty cool because they had these pools, these games about these pools where they'll go through different levels of pool designs. So okay, understood, Saul. Understood, Saul. But thank you for letting me know. I hope everything goes well with that. Thanks for lurking. So yeah, they had these designs of these different usually enclosed pools where you have like a room with a pool in it. Oh, hello Moki. Uh, good evening. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you. And so you have like these interior pools, and they look very fascinating looking. The different designs. Oh, thank you, comedy. I appreciate that. Means a lot to me, and thank you for being here. Also, so yeah, and they'll have these interior pool areas, and I think they're quite fascinating. These designs people come up with is very interesting. A lot of times, there's different slides people go down, things like that. So all of that is extremely interesting because it'd be cool to actually build a room that is like that has it in there. So yeah, I was looking at that, and it was a nice garden stream earlier, so much earlier, and now we're here now. And usually, what I'll do is these trial recaps because there's different trials playing, and of as we do. Oh, Moki, yes, something that has been going on, everybody, in the alien world, which many of us here are very intrigued by, is the pastors were warned to prepare for disclosure. And I saw something on the different news areas that, but so Moki has explained to me and about the show me content about the pastors being told about alien disclosure, and I'm seeing it on the news too. So it seems quite fascinating that they're being briefed about that because maybe they're trying to get them to think a certain way. Oh yeah, Smokey, I like to see the links indeed. Oh hello, Saw. Yeah, and we've talked about this on the live stream before, and usually the garden lives, I'd say, where the pastors are told about disclosure. Yeah, Daily Mail, yes, Daily Mail was talking about it, and they're talking about disclosure to the pastors. So they must want to have a narrative about what they want the pastors to push in their sermons. So it's kind of mysterious because it must be they want them to talk about these types of things and not really explain to them what really is going on. Oh, hello, Aaron, and hello, Passion. Everybody, good to see everybody here. And with the, I think that it certainly is a strange situation indeed, because I know that they have a narrative they want to push about the UFOs. Yeah, certainly a great deception. All right. Oh, I agree. Because one thing that they're trying to do, chat, is they're going to say, there's pyramids on the Mars, or that there's evidence to discredit about Jesus or about these different types of religions that exist. So it's possible they might use the alien thing to discredit the religions that exist to come up with a new world religion. Yes, amen, boom, amen. And that's what I think it is important to know, that a lot of it's smoke and mirrors. So they might be pushing sort of propaganda at certain points that we have to be cautious about what they're going to do. And when they do stuff like that, we have to be stern. Those that believe in the faith, to be, even those that don't believe in the religions, that they're trying to do this for a certain agenda purpose that's benefiting some sort of a another belief system, to just be cautious of. Yes. And so there's claims recently that they were invited to a briefing by the US government officials, warned them to prepare their congregations for immediate release for information regarding aliens, unified, unidentified flying objects. So, because a lot of times people ask me on the phone lives, and a lot of times on the phone lives we'll get thousands of people, and they will ask me if the proof of aliens will shake faith, would shake our faith. And I think that it does not disprove that there's God if there's aliens and other planets. Although I do think some of these aliens could be uh, some either advanced futuristic civilization of some kind from our world, or a some not good bad spirits from another realm, uh, something like that, causing a deception of some kind. And Mogi says, we've long heard the story about President Carter crying after he was read, and supposedly they told him we were created by aliens, the Bible is fake, and there is no God. Exactly. And that is the situation where, yeah, Carter had to deal with the UFOs. He's dealt with them before. He has seen them, and apparently he had communications with some of them too. Yes, it'll be the Bible that the faith will be challenged. Right. And I will say, first of all, aliens existing on other planets does not disprove that there is a God. Right. And at the same time, with aliens, so let's just be in layman's terms for people that may not be completely familiar with these things. There's, like, say, War of the Worlds. That's one of the most scariest alien movie to me when I was growing up, and it is a way to explain it. Now, these aliens wanted to take over planet Earth and plunder its resources, specifically the humans. And it is possible that they might want to try to use smoke and mirrors, so to speak, to make it look like the faith in the Abrahamic God or other religions too does not exist. And even, especially those that aren't religious, there's a new religious order that may be trying to be instituted and forced upon people. So I think both sides would uh, see this as a cautious situation. And remember, whoever is trying to do this is trying to get control over the populations of people to believe in something new. A new world religion of some kind. And interdimensional, yes, something that I have been saying for quite a while. So let's just say that that happens, right? And they want to try to come here and plunder the resources of the planet. So that is something to be aware of. Now, the other end of the spectrum is that we've talked about before is that the aliens are actually fallen angels, interdimensional beings. Now, interdimensional beings could be something from another dimension of some kind, right? And when you have that happen, they could be from some other universe or another time period, something like that. But the one thing that I would like to say is that there are these uh, fallen angels that, specifically the Watchers, that would be the types of entities that we may be dealing with here. Now, they were known to challenge God and the creation theory since the beginning. And when they wanted to rebel and be with the Earth people. Now, when this happens, they may have appeared to humanity in different ways throughout history, and over time, they seem to be now as space people. Now, throughout time, we have heard about astronauts from ancient astronauts. I like to point out to people on the phone lives. Oh, much love and positivity to you, Zombie Queen. Great to have you here. Now, something else that I think is important to know is that before our modern technology, people were seeing things about aliens or some sort of flying things in the sky. So it predates our modern technology. Now, the theory that they're fallen angels, interdimensional beings that are trying to cause a trick is that the reason why they're doing this is that they're trying to trick people into thinking that the Abrahamic God is not real and that their version of reality is real. So by doing this, they're going to cause a great deception and eventually lead to the Antichrist's rise. And by doing this, they're going to try to have people believe in them instead, but it's actually a trick from the forces of darkness. So, beware of the false signs, false messengers, etc. So that is something to be aware of a possibility. So when you have that happen, you know that when they say the Bible's not real or God isn't real or they created us, that's fake. Now they may have twisted our genetics and created the Nephilim and those types of things, but they didn't create us in that broader sense. They are simply creations that rebelled. Right, Aaron said, it's so easy to forget how much bigger this all is. We can seem insignificant on Earth. Oh, yeah, I know. We are just a tiny little grain of sand in a vast ocean. And Moki said, Greer says all this stuff is nonsense and they are just from other planets or interdimensional. I know, and I like Greer, and I respect his opinion, and there may be aliens from other planets. That might be true. But it is possible that they're also completely, or some of them might be part of these demonic entities as well. So I think there's truth of both. I think there could be aliens from other planets or some other dimension, or they're from and they are demonic. But as I said, I don't know who is who, and it could be they all could be demonic. Oh, so Nana, you believe that they live in space? Yes, yes, they definitely do live there. Okay, and we're going to flip over to this side right here. All right, this allegedly is going to be a alien that's going to be seen from the Trump alien files. Scared. Nana says, "I think there's good and evil." Right. Yeah, and this is apparently a picture of one of the. It could be an Ebian or it could be a gray alien of some kind. The Ebians and the Greys are kind of like cousins. It seems they're they're slightly different, but they very much look like the same thing. Oh, thank you, Moki. Thank you. Right, and yes, Saw Girl, that is true. That we have questionable situations where we do not know when the alien files will be released. That is true. They have not apparently this month, but I don't really know when they're actually going to be released. It is something that I am not exactly aware of when it's going to be exactly. All right, so completely explaining about the alien situation. So the UFO insiders have been pushing for pastors warn of immediate disclosure. So explain to you all what the situation is completely is that the UFO disclosure debates intensify the whistleblower as David Grush has cautioned against the demonic interpretations of. Oh, they have no date. That's true. Now there is something else that they have been talking about where they've been having things regardless of they have an aliens.gov website, right? But they haven't released the files on their website just yet. Right. Oh, thank you, Moki. Thank you for the link. And they're bringing the supernatural and extraterrestrial conversation is nothing new, but right now there is seems to be the outright manifestation of the aliens and demons mentioned in UFO disclosure. And let's see. And also it is what is this right here? All right. And so this is like explaining in this article. So bringing the supernatural into the extraterrestrial conversation is nothing new. Right now, there seems to be outright manifestations of aliens, Ian's mentioned in disclosure. And why did he bring the religion into the mix? And the reason is he said it is a theological premature and equate extraterrestrials to demons, especially because God has created this wonderful individual indivisible order inside. So the theory is about them being some sort of demonic entities. Thinking Moki for the links, very important. And the case against fear. So it's not just the UFO community currently waiting on Washington with the beta. It's the examples include the politicians speaking as they were a scientist or even applying a modern twist with true whistleblower represents and mishap. So this, to his credit, Rush has attempted to deconstruct the religious semantics to play in current disclosure as far as to say that they don't think humans understand all of God's creation. But basically what they're trying to do is get people to not believe in that God is there and that the aliens are the ones that create us. That's essentially what they're trying to do. Meanwhile, there's the evangelist Perry Stone, who has separately claimed that the pastors were briefed on the U.S. government links figures without explicitly naming any names in Washington. And Stone was claiming that the government officials gathered several pastors to share concerns about the forthcoming disclosure. And there's going to be release concerning aliens, and you need to prepare for your people, apparently said the unnamed politician. And that is what is said about it, because they might try to say that humans, there's evidence on other planets like Mars and our own planet that the religions that we were told to believe aren't really real, and that they're the ones to really believe in. So this will certainly lead to a big religious conflict that will happen, and nothing will shake my faith personally, because we were warned that these things would happen. There will be signs and wonders, but a lot of people that are not familiar with religion or believe in religion will certainly be hypothetically tricked by these things. So I think throughout time, you know, people have not been able to handle the truth when they're disclosed about things. So I think it'll be easy for them to be captivated by this stuff. All right, Passion says society can barely. Passion says society can barely handle the idea of supernatural when the blubberment isn't supposedly endorsing televangelist, exorcist, satanic panic. Right, right, exactly. A good point, Passion. And Mogi says, "I'm going to stock up on toilet paper." Oh yeah, yeah. I'm going to stock up on toilet paper and as well, and we're going to raid all the stores over that. We're going to do that as well, and we're going to raid the napkins and bowls too. Mogi said, "I honestly don't think if people will care. The people who have followed the topic will be into it, but those who don't won't even blink." Oh, yeah, and a lot of people, especially with the internet, have been keeping up with these things. So many people will be informed about this happening, right? And then you'll have people that were not informed by this who will not care at all. Because I think people at this point know that there is something up. People know that there's something going on, right? And some people won't care. There's other people who go, "Oh, whoa, very interesting," scared. So those are things that will be taken into consideration. Remember, they're going to try to push narratives about uh, aliens creating humans. They've been pushing this through the media for a long time. They're going to be pushing narratives about, that we existed somewhere else. Maybe they'll show about, although it's possible we did exist on, or something existed on Mars at one time. And it might try to discredit this. I've seen articles about Jesus' tomb before. They might bring that up again. They've are trying to remember around 2009, some time period like that. That's when they were talking about Jesus' tomb. They've been pushing this narrative for a long time, and for those that don't believe, that's fine. It just there seems to be a large message that goes around to try to say that this stuff isn't really what is going on here. So just be aware of a giant global religion or a global government trying to create a new system of totalitarianism. Oh, good question, Moki. And now, will they fake an alien attack? Yeah, that's a very good question. And I'll get to that in a moment. And Passion says, good opportunity to become a content creator themed on disclosure movement. Exactly. It is a very good time. And the Garden Lives, where we talk about these things, I get so many people that have talked about these things with us everywhere and all over the world. And it certainly is a good thing for content creators to get into at the same time. And although I still talk about trials, I did the trials when during the a start during the depth time period, and now the age of disclosure. It seems that we are catching what is going on in the world. Yeah. Blackouts, and remember that we are supposed to be lose gravity for 7 seconds or something. What a time. Okay, so around August, allegedly we're going to lose gravity briefly, and everybody's going to start floating up in the air for 7 seconds, and then we're going to come back down. Apparently, so it will be, you know, a bit trippy when that happens. Yes, passion. Allegedly for 7 seconds, that will be happening, and I'll explain about this other thing. And yeah, so remember, there is something called Planet 10 Nibiru, allegedly, that is out there that is going to be orbiting our planet. When this happens, it's going to cause issues with Earth. So it could have to do with that or something to that effect that will cause gravity temporarily to be lost temporarily around August. Saw says a cousin-in-law works at Big Lots and part-time job in Santa Fe, Mexico. Right, being in COVID, because TP was wrong package. It was thrown out in the dumpster. Oh wow! It was thrown in the dumpster. That I didn't. That is as wild indeed. Yeah. Yeah, things like that definitely have happened. I've heard about before because I have some people that work, and I know people that work in those jobs like that. I've heard stories like that as well. All right. So this brings the question about something Moki brought up about could the fake alien invasion happen? So there is a fake alien invasion that allegedly could occur. So you might say, alien, what does this have to do with? So there's apparently a holographic technology or using our own crafts that may fly around in the sky and cause a huge global alien invasion. And then you would have something like Independence Day occur. So when Independence Day type scenario, the Earth united to fight a common enemy. And yes, Project Bluebeam is the name. So then they'll have a one world government to protect the Earth. Then you'll have aliens that are actually good that come in and save the day, but those are actually the bad ones. And then they reinstitute their order. So it's really a Trojan horse. And a lot of people will ask me on the live streams, they'll go, Alien, how, are the aliens not trying to hurt us right now? And as I said, maybe some aliens are good. But a problem is that they might be a Trojan horse. Okay, you have Trojan horses even as malware or also as a literal thing. Like they had the Trojan horse of Troy and they brought this big horse in, but they had enemy troops in there and they went and slaughtered the enemy that they were hijacking. So you have to beware of Trojan horses. Hello, Rebecca. Right to hi, hey, hi, hello to you too. and glad to have you on board with us. So that is something else that has been being discussed, going into detail about it. Now, Saad says in-law and his coworkers filed their vehicles, no, filled their vehicles with good TP. We didn't have to buy for 5 years. We sold to made. Oh, okay, Saw. Very well done. Well done. Because that at one time, toilet paper was worth more than gold. It seemed around that time period. Yeah, and they've been planning it for decades, and that's why Moki, Independence Day, the various movies that came out were extremely well done. Uh, they're good movies, but they're also trying to tell people subliminal messages about what they're going to plan on doing. Now, in this situation with Project Bluebeam, it's going to be a fake alien invasion, either with our own craft or with holographic projections. And you have War of the Worlds types of events, and they would unite the world together, and that would be a good thing. But there would be a one world order that would exist. Then after the one world order would be there, the real aliens come out, and they're actually the bad ones. And Rod Serling in the Twilight Zone alluded to this, where there's going to be aliens that will come here, and that they're going to have a global. You had the Soviet Union, they had the different countries, the United Nations, and the alien was going to give us new technology and make our world a better place. But really, it was to have humans be food for the aliens. It was a Trojan horse. That's something you got to be aware of about what these things want. So, as I said, some people think completely the aliens could be completely fake and that they're doing this type of thing to initiate this one world government. Many regimes throughout time did things like this to trick people for their establishment. In the Reich in Germany, they had the Reichstag burned down. Either it really did burn down from the Reds or the communists because they're known to burn down things, or they did it on their own to reinstate their regime. Same thing with the Soviets. Bolsheviks did the same thing in Russia many times. They did it horribly, like every day. Like they did the food famines. They did all kinds of catastrophes too. And they had these false flags that they would put in there to keep control over the people. So this would be a global event to unite the world together for a global government they're trying to create. So I believe that the other regimes, the totalitarian regimes, were put there as tests for some bigger thing later that may happen. Right. But they thought the Antichrist was the Soviet Union. They thought it was the Reich. They thought it was the U.S. They thought it was Korea. They thought it was Middle East. Like over time, everyone's guessed about which one is going to do it, but they're all tests for something that's going to come later. I believe the forces of darkness, which is a spiritual demonic entity, and humans with their own agendas and their schemes are in conjunction with each other. And Sarvel says, "Hey, you just can't watch Will Smith movies anymore, even though they really good movies." Yeah, Will Smith is troubled. I mean, he was a very good actor, and he highly respected in the 2000s, and before that as well. But he was before 2000s. But I'm basing it off of my time, which is the late 90s and 2000s, and where I saw his popularity right at I believe its peak, but he may have been around before I was around the block. So I mean, that was a good movie, the Men in Black, but that was an example of what these people are doing. The Men in Black is this organization where they go and with their suits and they go out and censor people that were talking about alien stuff, and that was basically what that was making a movie about it. And but then they had the Chris Rock slap. That was, I remember when that happened. It was something you didn't like when you're watching it live and that happens. you almost think it was like a skit or something, but it was actually realistic, and it's unfortunate that had to occur. That really messed up the guy's reputation, and it's went downhill from there. Yeah, and I just yeah, I agree with you about the Chris Rock slap. That was uh, it was disgraceful, and he he didn't like punch him or anything. He didn't push him. He did his a slap, and there it was an awkward moment. But as I said, at first it seemed like it was a skit or something, you know, fake, but it was real. Uh, yeah, so I definitely understand Saw. I've heard of the movie. Yes, Saw Girl. Passion says, "Okay, I looked at it. I do think pretending there is a hostile alien species would unite as a species. I'd keep it as fear of the unknown rather than hologram, though. I liked the Wild Wild West. Yes, yes, that's a good one too. Okay, and so this it will be the deep dive since you have the introduction of the briefing of Project Bluebeam. Now we're gonna go into a deep dive about it. Project Bluebeam is a long-standing conspiracy theory that claims a group of global elites, often involved NASA, United Nations, is planning to establish a totalitarian one-world government. According to this, the New World Order will be achieved by destroying existing religions and replacing them with a single New Age belief system. The theory was proposed in '94 in the Canadian investigative journalist Monsat, who detailed a four-step plan for its global takeover. Archaeological re-evaluation. Stage earthquakes would be used to discover artifacts that supposedly prove the core doctrines of major religions like Christianity and Islam are false, and Judaism too, as well. Unless they're going to use something for the Messiah Antichrist they will mistaken for their Messiah, which won't really be their Messiah, but they'll, in my my fact is that they will mistake for their Messiah, and they're also going to probably disprove the other religions too, like paganism too, the other gods of other religions. They're probably going to get rid of all the different religions and make a new world, religion out of it. All right. This is the second bullet point: is the space show. A massive worldwide holographic light show will project images of religious figures such as Jesus, Buddha, or Muhammad in the sky. Now, there is a second coming of Christ that is in Islam and Christianity, that Jesus will return and defeat the Antichrist. Although both religions are in disagreement with a lot of things and they have wars quite frequently, that is something they both believe is true. Now, there's nothing that I know of Buddha or Muhammad reappearing in the sky like that. So those two religions, I don't know, would believe in a Muhammad or Buddha in the sky, but it would be certainly be a spectacle for many people that may be swindled by it. But they're going to allegedly have prophets of the major religions, Islam, Christianity, and Buddhism, appear in the sky. And there's also, from what I read, you're going to be alien invasions too. Now, each region would see the figure specific for their faith, and these projections would immediately merge into a single savior or antichrist. Right. Now, as I said, the two religions believe that Jesus will defeat this antichrist, but this will be the initiation of the antichrist rising and making this one world government, and will deceive the nations. So even those that don't believe in religion, just be cautious, even if about some of these something being a wolf in sheep's clothing or a type of Trojan horse of a sort. Eventually, these things will be defeated. but they will come up and try to cause problems in the world. Now, the other point is that there will be a two-way telepathic communication. Using low frequency waves, global elites would beam messages directly into people's minds, making them believe that God is speaking to them personally. And when you have, and I'm even going to say this, it's possible with North Korea, they might see a projection of their former leaders because they're very, I feel, mythological with the way they treat the Kim dynasty, the the North Korean dictators of their past. They seem to idolize them. So I think that it's to the point of they think that they created everything. Oh, hello, Lori. Yeah, Lori, scared. Thank you for listening in. So that is the problem with it. Is using the frequency waves of the elites to beam message directly to people's minds, making them believe God is speaking to them personally. Now, when you have something like this happen, the either God or an alien or something will, and people will think that this thing, this entity, is speaking to them. And we have to beware of signs and wonders. Now, just as like the Christian Bible says about testing the spirit, testing the entity. So if it's a deceptive thing, to discard it. Right, but that is another point. It's going to be projecting a telepathic message to people. Now, this is where religion could be used as a weapon against the person that believes in it. That's why it was important for Jesus to discern that there are wolves in sheep's clothing and false prophets and messengers that will deceive people, because there couldn't be. This is basically the false messenger, as it says, the Antichrist and a false prophet. But it seems this false prophet wasn't even a human; it was although there are plenty of those on Earth, but this is like a holographic entity or a AI holographic voice of some sort of broad mass mind control. Now, they're able to have chemtrails, and they seem to be dumping different chemicals like aluminum, etc., on us that may be causing problems to humans and wildlife. It's certainly something not good, or at least it's an attempt to. Now, there is certain technologies that are able to do cloud seeding, where you could be able to control the outcome of a weather or a storm with this type of equipment that they have. So you can do all kinds of things with it. Now, so this situation would be a broad thing right here. So I think that all people will be being tricked. I mean, people could see ghosts and spirits. People have seen ghosts before. People have seen spirits, good and evil. This is just going to happen on a very large scale. There's something, for instance, I want you to be aware of, the Mandela effect, where people all collectively remember something that didn't exactly happen the way it happened. So if they can get us to they either are convincing us that the Mandela effect is real and they somehow did mass mind control, or they did it by editing our timeline somehow, or whatever it occurred, they could also make us think something's talking to us. So we just have to be very cautious. Maurice said, that's why you have to also listen to your gut. Has never failed me yet. Oh, that is good, Lori. Very good point. Passion says, there are, assuming everyone will just drop their religion for whatever reason, as if people are that malleable. Very well said, Passion. And I do agree that people are going to actually have stronger faith. They're going to have more concrete in their faith and not just roll over for this new thing. But it's like a hijacking. It's a of the truth of people believe it. So it's like putting people under hostage. And people that have religious scriptures, as I said, people that see Muhammad or Buddha, it doesn't say anything in those religions that those people are going to appear in the sky, or that I don't think it's going to work on them specifically. Jesus could cause a people to question it, but people would know that Jesus is not going to come first. Jesus will never come first. An antichrist will come first for those that believe in different religions believe in Jesus. People that are even not religious believe in Jesus to some extent. So if people see Jesus hanging out tomorrow somewhere on Earth, it's not really him because he's going to come second. He's going to come after. There's going to be an imposter that impersonates him. But there's going to be the real him comes later. Yeah. So very well said, Passion. Oh, okay, Lori. Yeah, scared. Uh, right. And that is what appears. I saw an orb in the sky. It could have been a drone, but it really does not seem likely it was a drone. It seems like it was something else entirely. And the universal supernatural manifestation is the next part. Is the final stage that involves faking the alien invasion and a simulated second coming or a rapture. This chaos would be intended to frighten humanity into accepting a unified global agreement for protection. And now the rapture is something that certain Christian beliefs believe in the rapture, and I tell you, I don't know. I know about it, but I don't know everything about it. But it's something that could hypothetically occur. I don't know. We're gonna do a dive into what that is, but something that uh, apparently happens for believers, and also will add people that I suppose were righteous, even if they didn't believe. In my opinion, because I think that there are people that didn't know enough about it, or there are exceptions to the rule, but it's people that are taken to heaven or some sort of place before the Antichrist rise. I was talking about it the other day with there's a Muslim viewer that came by, and we're talking about the rapture, and it was an interesting conversation. And we were explaining that it was before the Antichrist rise. This is when this occurs. And I told no, no, no. Now, if something doesn't happen exactly the way we think it's going to happen, it doesn't mean that God forgot about humanity or anything. But it was just the way we do it. But there will be mass persecution and mass genocide globally for people that believe in these religions, or oppose this new demonic regime that will fool the elect. So it will be the Bolshevik Soviet Union, and the Third Reich on steroids on a global scale. Remember, the Communist China and these different little countries that were there were tests for what they're about to implement, because religion was often persecuted a lot when these dictatorships took over. So it was just a test for what they're about to do globally. It had nothing to do with Marxism or Nazism. It was about this other thing they're trying to do. Those are just puppets for their main agenda. We could have a real Jesus come down to Earth and nobody would believe it was him. The original plan was probably way different what we ended up with. Yeah, Passion, there certainly would be, if it went right into their face, people would not believe it. I agree. You know, so it's good to know that to also understand that there's going to be people that aren't going to believe these things when they see these things. Aliens are this type of diabolical scheme by the global governments to keep. There will be people that will not even believe what's right in front of them. So I do think that, yeah, even when Jesus returns during the second coming, it will be people probably will be skeptical or not even believe it. Yeah, and there's different traditions. Some people say Jesus will return to the Mount of Olives. Some think that Jesus will return to another Middle Eastern country, but either way, he'll defeat this Antichrist thing and bring world peace. And oh, hello, UAP, welcome to the stream. I learned about this on an obscure channel called the New Earth on YouTube. Her name is Sylvia or Sylvie, and she's somewhere in a Slavic country. I don't know which one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I like Slavic countries. Slavic countries are cool. Yeah. I mean, they are being prepped and trained with the current profile of AI. Yeah, now there's a theory about AI in general that AI was put there as a way to. There's going to be certain alien content that was going to be released that people would see and think it is something else. And when this happened, people might think, oh, when these aliens appear in the sky, etc., it's AI. What I really mean specifically is that the content we've been seeing videos and content about aliens, I mean about cyclopses and cryptids appearing that may be AI generated. And I do believe there's a lot of things that are AI generated. But it's possible another theory is that they released AI at the same time these other videos are being released. So people would think that a cyclops or a minotaur or a centaur or a goblin is not real, but it really is real, but they want you to think it's AI. So you don't know what's real and what's AI. Understood, Lori. Then it said the Bible Verdi said that Jesus comes and kills the Antichrist. Yes, that is true. The Bible verses. Yes, the Bible verses say that Jesus will come and defeat the Antichrist and will cast him into a lake of fire. So that is certainly true that there'll be Antichrist and people think it's a Messiah, but it's not really the Messiah, it's a fake Messiah. And he or she or it, whatever it is, will come and deceive the nations. And then Jesus returns as a noble warrior, and he will come not to bring peace but to bring a sword. It'll be a completely different version of him from the time he was on Earth. He came here to bring peace and love, but he will come back with a sword, especially after what has happened. And it will be like a galactic battle, pretty much, and he will make the Earth great again. It'll be a reset, and I assume the universe in general will be fixed as well, and we'll find secrets of universe revealed, and it will certainly be the end of these evil aliens and whatever they are, because that is definitely true. And there's different religions that also agree with the Christian view about Jesus returning. Now, universal and supernatural manifestations. Now, the final stage evokes a fake alien invasion simulated by the second coming and rapture. This chaos would intend to frighten humanity into a one world group. Amen, UAP. I agree. Yes, and Nana said he will gather the Christians and believers afterwards. That is true. Absolutely. While Project Bluebeam has not been enacted, it has certainly been public interest for the phenomena, and is pointed to mysterious drone sightings and group transparency in UAP's stage invasion phase begins. All right, UAP. So Christian pastors have been briefed about UFO and aliens. They have been briefed about this. And when this happened, oh, amen, Nana. Hallelujah. This has been bringing questions because they are going to try to convince people that the religions that we believe in are false, and that they're going to try to show people proof that these aliens are the ones that created us and not really the what we were told will create us. So that'll be something that has been going on. So the news is that the pastors have been briefed about this, and they're going to try to use the aliens that we have been talking about as a way of discrediting the theory about, yeah, the Christian style pastors, right? Wolves in sheep's clothing. All right. The Okay, so here is evidence of Project Bluebeam. So a lot of it's circumstantial, but here we go. There's unexplained aerial phenomena. So a lot of people that believe that it's already been enacted, Project Bluebeam, is the drone sightings, such as those recently reported in New Jersey and New York in 2024, to phase two of the project. Claiming that the tests for holographic projections, some suggest that these drones transform from balls of light to serving a psychological groundwork for a stage alien invasion. The government transparency on UAPs. The U.S. government recent openness regarding the UAPs is reviewed by same as the controlled disclosure intended to prime the public for a fake alien threat. Yeah, Nana. A lot of them are bad. Not all, not a lot of them, but a lot. Pretty much, quite a few are bad people. Like as I know, you know, for my region, the Catholic churches have priests that are creepy. And some churches have been shut down because they lack of funding because of the scandals. It's really bad, and also pastors in other ways, either theologically or whatever, uh, are bad too. Or there's so it seems that there even in the Christian church, in the various Christian churches and denominations, one way or another, there are wolves in sheep's clothing, definitely, and one church might be affected differently than another church or organization. So definitely have to remain steadfast about that, and that's why I personally like, although people could have, traditions, rituals, etc., or churches. I'm not saying people shouldn't go to churches, but I'm saying is that a lot of times it's good to have a personal relationship with God, and because He'll never let you down, and because there's people, humans could be untrustworthy or have problems to them, that we have to be aware of. So that's why, the good thing about Christianity in general is that relationship between God and you is important because God is all perfect. And, and other people that may not be religious might see it as a way of trusting your gut, trusting your own intuition over trusting the opinions of others. So uh, that's good to point that out there, that within the Christianity there are strange pastors. Yeah, money indeed, and greed. That is a problem. Yeah. Well, that's a criticism. Oh yeah, that is one of them, UAP. Yeah. And that is why criticism from the atheistic uh, political people. That is something we have to understand, is that they use as a criticism, Nana, about the religion being an opium of a people, or it's being used for profit financially. I'm sure it is. A lot of people do it for that, for greed and control. But we know that there is a God, and we were created by something, but which we believe is God of Abraham. But the a lot of times these people will come up with these schemes for greed. I agree. Uh, Mogi says that the as if we would trust the government to tell us God isn't real or something. Oh, I know. So many people are going to be trusting that the government is going to do that. Right. Exactly. Yeah, the government tells us that God isn't real. We're just going to laugh at them. He says if we had ultra Zionists, fanatical church here and Destiny Church, we would know here they're brainwashing. Okay, UAP, understood. Thank you for uh, filling me out on that. And we gotta uh, be aware of things. Churches that might be being used for propaganda of any kind. Yeah. And Anna said a lot of scientists are atheists. That is true. Now, there's I had a friend that who is strongly the reason for this channel going into the direction of alien stuff. Was instrumental in that. And at one time, he was an atheist like that, and he's a devout Christian now. And he told me, just a way to like explain it is that they believe that the Earth came into the atheist idea is that they believe that he's not anymore, but he was one. That they believe that the world came into existence by accident. It's a little bit far fetched. You think about it, and I think science is very important. And I am not a scientist. I never went into college or anything, but I think science is very important. I like it, and I think it's true. But I believe that personally, something had to put that there. Even Charles Darwin said that to think that everything came into existence by chance is far fetched, and he didn't deny a creator existed. But he, so however it happened, however we got here, something either put it in motion for us to be here, or something created us, just individually. However it happened. So I believe that the science itself is a sign there is something like a God that created it. But they, like Stephen Hawking said, that the world just came into existence because it decided it needed to come into existence. I understand people think that who created God, right? Or how God created this place. I agree that's a good question. But to say it came to existence by mistake or by accident is that's even worse. That's even worse idea. Yeah. And then so they believe there's a scientific reason for everything. I know, and I believe that there's uh everything is scientific, but there's some explanations that would maybe go against the. Yes, yes, I do. Absolutely. And I have that on my merch, by the way, also. And that is something that I think that there is a explanation, Anna, a hypothetical scientific explanation for everything. But I believe that with our laws of physics that we know now, and there's an explanation for it, Nana, even if it's not scientific. That's what they don't understand. Like at one time, they may not explain things. Like they used to think, Nana, the scientists used to think that there's a candle inside where a heart is. They think that they didn't understand certain concepts. Like that one, sometimes people thought the moon was made of cheese, right? So scientists just didn't have an explanation for something. They say it's not true. But there is explanations besides the scientific explanation. But I'm sure 400 years from now, they can explain things that we can't explain now. So I do think that Even if they don't know the explanation, it's there. Oh yes, understood, Nana. Absolutely. Oh yes, Aaron did get you the coffee cup. Yes, she got you the. I remember that, and that was very sweet of her to do. And there are, yeah, Rebecca likes the merch from there, and the merch store is still around. Now, one thing I do need to do is hook it up to the channel because there's an option where people could go over and look at the merch store on the channel, but I could go and I have to hook up the store to the YouTube thing for that to be a thing. But yeah, it will certainly be cool for people to like that. Oh, that is awesome, Oki. I'm glad that you use it. Yeah, I and shout out to the spaceship team. That was a very good idea that they came up with. Shout out to my Toodles. Shout out to my Toodles. Okay, and yeah, so glad that you like the alien uh, Lives Matter mug. Yeah, it's very cool designs. And Passion says science can't explain why rabbits have fluffy tails. Yeah, that is true. They can't explain that. And the yeah, I thought that would be a cool thing because alien lives do matter, and they matter here. And there is I don't know. There is also the scared hoodie. There's that, and that's very cool. I also, made some other types of drinking cups as well. So yeah, it's a cool, simplistic designs that people like. Reminds me of my friends when I'm driving coffee alone in the morning. It's comforting. Oh, well, that is awesome that you get the feeling from the coffee mug. That's very sweet indeed. And you have done lots of uh, kindness here, and we're glad to have a good community like this. So I will say that the reviews and recently that have been going around about the channel amongst the community has been very positive. So I I do appreciate that the positive feedback. Any feedback is good, even negative feedback. Okay, but I think that it is. I'm liking the way the community is. Yes, who said Aaron and Alien maybe sent me the comfort present after the husband passed. It was very kind. Oh yes, yes, and we care about you tremendously, Moki, and it was a very very traumatic event, and we're glad to be there for you. You're always there for us, and you've done very well with the alien assisting us with all kinds of things, including the alien content that we talk about and everything else. You've been doing. Definitely glad to have you here on the ship. And also, yeah, that is sweet. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Passion. Yeah, and also, let's see. Oh yes, thank you, Nana, for the condolences about what happened with Moki. Yes. Oh, that's very sweet of you, Nana. Yeah. Yeah, and also the design. You know, everything about the design, Moki, and everything that went into it. I really focused on to make sure it was, good for you and other people that get it. And I like the way they came out. I like the way yours came out and the different types of merch that people have gotten. Those all looking good. Oh, thank you, AP. I appreciate that very much. And we would love it over there. It's beautiful where you are. Yeah, that would definitely be a nice treat, indeed. Okay, Moki said a little dark humor. My husband recently passing makes me super excited for the rapture, assuming I make the cut. Oh yeah, Moki, absolutely, absolutely. That is very true. Very true indeed. Moki became a super villain to bring about the rapture. Yeah, yeah. Nan said, I divorced mine and I don't miss him at all. Oh, okay. Yeah, Nan, sometime, Nan, no company's better than bad company, as they say. Yeah, so, yeah, Moki's the villain. Scared. Yeah, definitely you'd be reunited with him and you won't be in the burdens of the earth anymore. Right. So there's going to be holography and deepfakes. The rise of realistic holographic displays and all-driven deepfake technology is cited as proof that the tools to deceive the entire world already exist. And then there's HARP too. High frequency activity Aurora research program is often accused of having compatibility to manipulate weather, cause earthquake phase 1, or beam voices directly to human minds. Is it funny how we all have to ride the wave while the plans are made behind closed doors, referring to the pastors? Yeah, very good point, UAP. And Moe said it's really interesting time. I get why people think it's a simulation. Oh, absolutely. I definitely understand why people think it's a simulation too, because you know it almost seems like it's not real. It almost seems like it's something that isn't even real, but it is. Mogi says UAPS. I still trust nothing that they say. Do your own research. There's so much info about this. Not all true, of course, but accept nothing of face value. Yeah, I definitely agree. Well, a lot of times, there are deceivers and smoke and mirrors, as they say. Mine was either cheated or liar. Oh, well, Nana, that is very unfortunate that you went through that. Yes, absolutely. And yes, and yes, absolutely. Chat and research info about all this. Not all true, of course, but accept nothing at face value. Oh yeah, definitely agree. Definitely agree. Oh, amen, man. Yeah, sometimes the worst things that happened to us was actually the best thing in a way that could have happened. So I'm glad that you're resilient and you're strong, faithful lady you are now. That is good that you are that. Because it's being forged in iron, forged in fire to create strong iron. So a very good way of viewing it. Ogie said, waiting for my friend who said aliens aren't real comes back to me and says, well, they are, but God's not. Ah, yeah, yeah, that's gonna be something. It's gonna like one way she's gonna say like aliens are real, then she's gonna say that God isn't real. It's gonna be, one it's like she got one right, but not the other one right. Because some people are just so foolish that they're not gonna see, facts when it's presented to them right in their face. Because they could see the fact that aliens are real later, but then not believing the God part's real. So yeah, people could be difficult indeed. Weird. Yeah, hilarious chat. Passion there is about Mermaid's friend. I have not heard anything about her friend so far. I hope everything is okay with that. She did put out a video today, which was good. So she's hanging in there. But brought her friend. I saw Mermaid this morning, and I've not heard anything about it. But I'll let y'all know, or she'll let y'all know before I do if something comes to light about it. Oh, he said, I can't wait for the files to drop and our deep dive. Oh, Moki, that's going to be very exciting. Thank you. That's going to be really fun to do. When we go into the deep dive, that's something I've been waiting for years. We're going to go down that rabbit hole and we're going to see all the truth in it. Amen. Passion. Fingers crossed, indeed. Yeah, so it shout out to Mermaid. That situation. I was thinking about that earlier. That it's a disturbing thing about the friend being missing. So yeah, whenever they release these files, I it definitely would be cool to see what is within them. Yeah, Moki and I will be having a a complete nutso party over that. It's gonna be uh the finale. It's gonna be the a whole like Super Bowl type blast out party over that. That's what it's gonna be. We'll be going nutso indeed. Absolutely. Facts. Yeah, I mean, I can't wait for aliens.gov to be active, and it's like the new arcade. Back they still have arcades now, but it's like when they're having arcades and they had different space games and stuff. It's gonna be like the new arcade opening. And we're gonna definitely enjoy that very much. And yeah, definitely it'll be like a treasure hunt, to view all that stuff that's gonna be in those files. Yeah, and there's predictive programming in media. The theorists argue that films like 2001: Space Odyssey, Independence Day, even episodes of Star Trek were designed to psychologically prepare humanity for a global space-based crisis. Biblical prophecy, and some link the theory to Book of Revelation, suggesting that the false miracles, signs in the sky mentioned in Scripture are describing holographic technology Project Bluebeam. All right. There's something Revelations about these unclean frog spirits, and shouts a frog. This is a different type of frog than our frog, and it's a vision that occurred. So, Revelation 16:13 to 14 of three demonic entities that emerge from the mouths of the unholy trinity: the dragon, the beast, and the false prophet. These spirits are described as being like frogs to emphasize their spirit repulsiveness and their role as plague like corrupting, influencing humanity. These spirits are spirits of the devil, and they perform miracles, signs, and deceive the kings of the earth. Their primary goal is to gather the world's leaders for a final battle against God at Armageddon. Mouth and tongue. Coming out of the mouth suggests that their power is largely verbal or persuasive, representing deceptive propaganda, false teachings, and seductive lies. Exodus connection. The imagery alludes to the second plague of Egypt, where frogs infested every part of the land, symbolizing the pervasive and inescapable moral decay. The amphibious nature. Some interpretations, like frog likeness, refers to an ability to operate both water and land. So water is populated areas and land is religious or secular systems, making their influence universal. Oh, hello, Falcon. Scared. Connection to the conspiracies is that the extraterrestrial appearance. Some of the theorists believe, like myself, that the frog like is a first century description of a gray alien, whom they believed are actually the demons mentioned in the text. So it is possible, according to this theory, is that the unclean spirits are actually the gray aliens. And it's a demonic entity. Aleister Crowley summoned a thing that looks like a gray alien. So some ambiguity about what those things actually are. Alien deception. It is argued that the alien entities will use miracles, advanced technology like holograms or anti-gravity to convince the world leaders that they are our creators, thereby uniting humanity against God in a literal space war. Others view the croaking of the frogs as a metaphor for the relentless noise of modern media and government disclosure, which they believe is priming the public acceptance of a one world government. Now, the pastors are reportedly being briefed to help manage a potential crisis of faith and prevent social panic ahead of an expected government disclosure regarding unidentified anomalous phenomena. According to the claims that the government links officials believe that evidence of non-human life and reptilian entities can challenge the core Christian doctrine. Preventing mass deception. Many religious leaders, including the ones that are actively researching this, view the upcoming disclosure as a great deception or a precursor to end times prophecy. They believe that pastors need to frame these entities as demonic or fallen angels rather than extraterrestrial saviors. Answering theological challenges. Officials allegedly warned that proof of other creations in the galaxy could lead some to freak out and turn to churches for answers once information is released. Okay. And Lori said, pulled over to tell ya I'm macroed out of the country and just saw bald eagle and pair of mourning doves. Eagle is my late husband's totem. Doves love peace, new beginnings. Oh, amen. I believe that's definitely a sign. Thank you for filling us in, Lord. That is amazing. Amen. Very cool. Thanks for sharing. I'm back. Almost. All right, I'm back now. I went out for a second, but let's see. Uh, yes, he is always with you. That is true. He is always with you. That is true. Okay, and let's just do this. Yeah, I thank you, chat, for that, and also that is a very good sign. Okay. All right, I'm back, everybody. Okay, so let's see. Uh, just in case if people didn't see what I said, thank you, Lori said. I pulled over to tell y'all I'm back road out in the country and saw bald eagle and a pair of mourning doves. Eagle is my late husband's totem, and totem of love and peace, new beginnings. That is good. Well, and yeah, so that is great, Lori, that you saw that. That is great. You saw that. See, disappointed. Yes. All right. And okay, so anyway, uh, going here. All right, so potentially resulting in the mass apostasy, managing social panic. Pastors reportedly told that both believers and non-believers might freak out and turn to churches for answers once the information is released. The government narrative control. Some theorists believe that the government is coaching pastors to soften the impact of disclosure or to help sell specific narratives that aligns with the government interests. While these reports circulating widely in evangelical disclosure communities, no official government agency has publicly confirmed that these specific briefings took place. Men in Black. Okay, yeah, yeah, exactly. The Men in Black are part of the agency that deals with things like that. Indeed. Yeah. All right, and yeah, that is definitely seems to be the case. Passion about the alien interference. Indeed. Yeah. Comment from David Grush. Okay, thank you, Moki. Thanks. See. Okay, and just this way. Okay, I'm going to check it out this way instead, since I can't look at it on the computer. So thank you, Moki, for the link. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, Moki, I definitely think that would happen with the disclosure turning into a holy war. That definitely, I think, will occur because people from the different religions are going to think that it's interference with, with the things they're going to be claiming. So that is very true. I think that he has a right to think that way because it most likely will occur. With will cause a holy war globally. It'll multiple religions will have holy wars over it. Yeah, it'll be a giant session regarding that. Indeed. And let's look at this with Chrome. Yeah, we'll definitely see if the disclosure happens because that's something that we have been waiting on for a while. But it seems like the hour is certainly coming for that to be. Okay, and seeing what this looks like. All right, so yeah, David Grush, he had a video, and he's saying that it's theologically premature to equate the official UFOs demons. I don't think humans understand all God's creation. Now, I do believe, in my opinion, that God created other things besides us, and it doesn't mean a contradiction if there's aliens too in that equation. And he says, "quote As an intel officer, a guy who studied physics, practicing Roman Catholic like Secretary Rubio, Vice President Vance, I respect those views of spirituality and demonic deception. I think we should be concerned about that." And he says, "But I think theologically premature without knowing everything, equating everything to demons because God has created the wonderful, visible, invisible order. He's created humans, animals, angels, and other types of non-human intelligence. I don't think as human intelligence that understand that humans understand all that God's created." And he said, "I think it's a dangerous mindset to be in if you preconceive all of this as some sort of malevolence." Yeah, yeah, I definitely think the alien malevolence is something. Yeah, there are some aliens that are not demonic. I do agree with that. But it's possible though if they're going to cause a deception and say that like the religion wasn't real and that they created us and stuff, that would be a red flag for me personally. All right, and Passion says the a bit of egotistical to assume that we are the only species in the universe when we can't even see the whole thing. Oh yeah, like I believe that when people say like some people on the live streams, okay, one of the other nights during the live, there are some people people debate me respectfully. But there are some people being rude and stupid about it, and they were talking about like the aliens not being real and being rude about it. But that's okay; they believe that. But to think that we're the only people out in the universe that that we're the only ones, I think is completely wrong. Like I think there are other species of different things out there that were created. All right, and Mogi says Lazarus says we won't get true disclosure, and that the president doesn't even know the truth. I believe that. Yeah, that's something that has been pondered for quite a while by the different different things. Is that our that we're not going to get the actual disclosure that is real. That they're going to give us some sort of counterfeit disclosure and not give us the truth, and that Trump, etc., was not exactly told everything that they're rightfully told. Exactly 20 levels below the top. Congress people came out of Skiff and said everything you've seen in Star Trek is true. Oh yeah, I believe it. I wouldn't be surprised. For instance, with Planet Serpo, that's behind me. That's part of something that should be put in the disclosure. That if it really did occur. Yeah, it's all very controlled. Yeah, and then it trickles down to us. My passion says, why does that Shatter character need to wear a miniskirt in your Star Trek show, uh, Gene? It's for humanity. You'll thank me later, 40 years or so. Right. It's very cool what you saw, Lori, with the eagle and the two mourning doves. By the way, very cool. Like you said, and they'll dump a mass amount of files, and we have to figure it out, just like Epstein, JFK, etc., which has amounted to nothing. Oh yeah, absolutely. And when that occurs, JFK. Remember when JFK files were released in different impulsions, and they give little breadcrumbs and little information, but it really just amounts to nothing. It just kind of was circled back to. It's like a mirage in a desert. You'll see a mirage, and it'll just keep on going farther and farther back. And people are not actually seeing what they're supposed to see. And same with Epstein, right? There's lots of redacted names. Although there's alleged legal cases going on where they cannot expose the people's names. No one got arrested, no one's incarcerated, and it's kind of like a circling around to nothing. Oh, nice, Moki. Nice. The dribble episode again. Yeah. Those things are really, you know, some of the most like cutest aliens ever. Yeah, yeah. I think Star Trek's a good show. Now, I saw more Voyage to Bottom of the Sea because that's what was on when I was inside. To me, that's similar to Star Trek, but like an underwater version. But Star Trek is still very, excellent too. Yeah, and basically the disclosure that, like, you could say in a way that Star Trek itself was disclosure in these different alien movies and TV shows and stuff. It was a way of disclosing that type of information. Let's see. All right. This goes to the other part of this is where the alleged Star Trek parallels in real aliens. The Greys. Star Trek, the crew encounters a species that resembles the Grey alien in UFOs, complete with large heads and black eyes, and the comic offers the Trek-based explanation for it. They don't look just like the Greys; they look kind of similar. Deep Space Nine episode "Little Green Men." The the Deep Space Nine is that the franchise humorously suggests that the famous 1947 Roswell crash was actually time traveling from the Fregini shuttle. Amelia Earhart, Voyager episode. The 37s incorporates the real life disappearances of Amelia Earhart, claiming that she was abducted by an alien species called the Boreauri. Cultural and political metaphors. Many species are alleged parallels to real world nations or historical groups rather than extraterrestrial reports. The Kilogons originally served as a stand for the Soviet Union during the Cold War, which the moon praxis acting as a metaphor for Chernobyl, later evolved to incorporate traits like Vikings, Mongols, and samurai. And the Rome, the Romulans, often paralleled with Imperial Rome due to their naming and hierarchy, or China reflecting the bamboo curtain of the era. It seems to be an elaborate thing of having both, you know, human and extraterrestrial concepts at the same time. The Bajrons, seen as a parallel to displaced the oppressed people, including the Jews, Palestinians, and Romani populations. Okay. The Virginie, often viewed as a satire for hyper capitalistic American businessmen or 19th century robbery barons. The Nine. Some theories suggest that Gene Roddenberry was inspired by challenging sessions involving entities known as the Nine. The extra mobiles, a specific like the Thanians silicon-based stable only high temperature parallel real scientific theories about how non-carbon life might exist in extreme environment. The most memorable episode is when Captain Picard is debating an Anfrid's an antro an android's right to personhood. Yeah, yeah. That's a very good one right there. Yeah. Oh, he said I like 7 of the 9 episodes. Oh, okay, nice. Now, Star Trek technology often mirrors alleged real-world alien reports by providing scientific sounding frameworks for phenomena described as UFO lore, while Star Trek tech is used as storytelling tool for morality exploration. Many of its core inventions align closely with modern theoretical physics used to explain unidentified aerial phenomena. UAP. I wish Star Trek Stage New Worlds hadn't gotten Logan weird because first season was great and Anson Mount makes me swoon. Love 7 9 too. Yeah. Yeah, that one's a good one also. Oh, nice, Lori. Yeah, I do agree, Lori. Definitely. Star Trek ship travel faster than light (FTL) by creating a warp bubble that contracts space from the craft and expands it beyond. Theories regarding the UAP propulsion, such as those proposed by former intelligence officer Luis Elizondo and physicists like Miguel Algebre, suggest that the advanced craft may use localized space-time wrapping. Energy requirement. Star Trek uses matter of antimatter reactions to generate the immense power needed. Real-time world critics of Alien FTL travel note that. All right. Energy requirement. Star Trek use matter antimatter reactions to generate the immense power needed. Real world critics of Alien FTL travel note that physical warp drive would require more energy than humanity currently possesses. Mogi says at least in the last convention, 7 of 9 had highest price for pictures other than Captain Kirk. Pash said if I ever became a captain of something, I'll use Picard as the foundation for my approach. Nice. Yes. Picard is no, Pickard is my favorite captain, followed by Janeway. Also like holographic Doc ST Voyager, great character, and of course data on ST thing. Yes, facts. Tractor beams and adduction beams. All right, the real world alien parallels. So she says, I also like Neelix and Quark. Yeah. Oh yeah, good ones. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, this is the spaceship is very Trekky. Like I said, back in the day when we had the Hilton Hotel in Vegas, they had Quark's bar with people in costumes. Oh, that is so cool that they had that. It's very nice. All right, so the real alien parallel descriptions of the adoption beam and the UFO reports often depict a beam of light that lifts objects or people effortlessly. The scientific gap. When all right, so yeah, that is very cool chat indeed. All right, so real alien parallels. So the description of alien beams in UFO reports often depict as beam of light rather than lifts object people effortlessly. And we said, and mom, they got a guy way far. Yes, hilarious. Okay, deep space is underrated. Absolutely. Kind of disappointed that the sci-fi isn't where I thought it would be in 40 years later. When I first watched Trek, it was asking complex questions using effects as tool. Oh yeah, I think it's certainly the expectations. It didn't go exactly the way people thought it was going to go. It didn't. It definitely had much more potential than it's being shown now. Yeah. All right. So let's see. It's seen trying to come back on. Let's see. Oh, very disappointing. All right. maybe I'm here now. I don't know who's around, but let's see how it goes out, and it went out completely. Okay. Not completely back. Still goes to 0. All right. So I don't really know if it's Jim Carrey for certain. I have suspicions about it because it doesn't really seem like it is him. Yeah, so it's possible that Jim Carrey got plastic surgery, but he said he was not going to get plastic surgery, and it doesn't really. I have suspicions about it because definitely in this day and age, you don't really know who's really there, like who is really who. And by the way, thank you all for being patient. I don't really know what the issue is exactly, but of anyway, of that is what I think is thank you, Rachel, and support using doubles so he could watch the event. Okay, so I think with that situation with Star Trek, I mean not Star Trek, with the Jim Carrey, he talked a lot about the elites, and there's theories of either a body double or the Illuminati doing it or something. So I do have suspicions that it might be a clone and not really him. But if it is him, it wouldn't be like him to get plastic surgery. It's kind of odd, but because he said he wasn't going to get that, so it's definitely. I have doubts that he's really around or that was really him, but it could have been. Oh, thank you, Lori. I appreciate y'all resisting Men in Black because the MIB. Because Amoki's right. It was the MIB doing something with the internet to try to censor us. Yeah. Curry's always had an elastic face. That's why they call him Ace Ventura. Yeah. He would never have been praising the entertainment community, in my opinion. Oh yeah, he definitely. Also, he's not known to speak French, and yeah, yeah. Rest in peace, of Jim. Yeah. He also was calling them out multiple times for the things that they were doing. So yeah, it definitely doesn't really seem like it's him. It doesn't really seem like him and his character. Yeah, I was being abducted, but I was able to come back and resist what was happening. Yeah, Pash says yes. The Man was a great movie. Can't remember anything he did after that. Right? Yes, Bubble saved me. That's true. Yeah, and I think with Star Trek is an excellent series. I think, and it is really cool that they put a lot of alien stuff in there. Okay, yeah, definitely shout the bubbles, and yeah, Star Trek is very cool how they depict the real alien things that happen in there, and Jim Carrey, I do think that they do have body doubles, and there is a replacement theory that they might be replacing people that go against their system. So yeah, it a lot of weird things happen in Hollywood, and I definitely have doubts about that him really being him. You know? Yeah, I think the entertainment industry has definitely gone sideways, and it's not how it was in it probably always was bad, but it's getting even worse now. Yeah, it's possible that the eye color he could have had hazel eyes, but he never was known to have those eyes before. So that is true about the eye color not matching. Definitely. Yes, I saw it. Passion. Yeah, I do agree with you. Also, yeah, it was cringe. Yeah, sometimes the trial can just be like a comedy or a reality show. As they say, truth is stranger in fiction. I do. It was cringe. Yeah. Let's see. A lot of times, a witness can certainly hurt a case and make it the whole thing fall apart. That's something that could definitely happen. The trial is certainly a clown show, and they have all those different defendants there. Yeah, but the chat's very entertaining to watch in the Folio trial. Yeah, and I remember back with the YSL one was a classic indeed, but this one is a completely different situation. Passion said, "Oh, thank you, Lori. Thank you, Lori. Glad that you liked it." Passion said, "I started to feel bad for her as the state took her credibility away and left her with nothing." Yeah, I know. It was like it's like basically a falling domino effect, and the Emperor's clothes, being taken off. It was just one shade was being taken at one by one, and then there's like nothing left there, and it's just kind of like a distressed situation. Yeah, because there's a point where either people are just bad liars or there's just no credibility to be taken. Because sometimes, like I remember that during the trial that I was a juror on, we talk about why would someone lie on the stand, and there's various different reasons, So it just when people are caught like that, and we were seeing it the one I was in, you see the lies happen or the things don't make any sense, and the state usually is very good at dissecting that, and also uh, an attorney can do it as well. So either the defense or the state can, show the nonsense in something. So yeah, it was something that kind of just happens quickly, but it's like gradual but quickly. So you think it basically was a lazy defense, a sloth defense. Not paying for her to visit the location, but to to have her paying for the visit of the location would have been better, and maybe she could have had a better idea of what's going on. But the report, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, only seeing something from a certain angle, but not seeing the full picture of it. So I definitely do think that would be a factor that the defense basically was their own worst enemy there with that, and it just makes like a laughable situation. The closing is going to be very interesting, Passion. Very interesting closings they're going to have. It's going to be like, my client didn't do this, didn't do that. And they're all going to basically saying the same thing. Yeah. Passion said just called her up to the stand and expected her to twist the entire narrative with her words no footing. They're very arrogant to think that that would work. It's strategy without tactics. It was just the noise before defeat. Some of these, sometimes the defense just doesn't think things out well. Like, I'll say that even the trial that like I was in, the attorney and the DA both were had wise things to say. Like it wasn't like stupid. Like we'll see a lot of times with this stuff. Passion says 5 closing arguments and a rebuttal in one day. It's going to be crazy. Yeah, it's going to be a whole like marathon of Clown World. Yeah, the Clown Marathon. It's going to almost be like an audition. It's almost going to be like an audition for the court TV series, and you're going to have these like different people audition for it. That's what it seems like it's going to be. I wonder if any of them is going to copy off the other. It's quite hilarious. Oh, grounds. Scared. Grounds. Yeah, so imagine, Lori, five Brooks, five Darrell Brookses at one time. It's kind of wild to have like a trial happening all this, at multiple defendants at once. That is something I think is quite insane. What they have, it's certainly a teamuic a concept right there. Yeah, and we'll see. And oh, okay, Moki. I have seen the mom trial and Folio. I've watched both of them. All right. Passion said, "I wonder if they all turn each other at the end, and these other defendants were there, but my client was not." Ah, yeah, yeah. That's gonna be funny to see them attack each other like piranhas. Yeah. The most obvious verdict of 2026. Yeah, yeah. It certainly was an obvious verdict, and his attorney was. They didn't have much to work with, but it was still goofy. I remember with Fulio, they had the dude that was rapping in the interrogation room. Yeah, that was wild. All right, Lori says, finally able to make a salad with lettuce, spinach, and kale. My garden today. Can't wait for the fresh basil. Oh, delicious! It's nice making stuff out salad at your garden. Understood, Moki. Good, a good point. Yes. Being self-sustainable is excellent. Oh yeah, she certainly can with the videos. Yeah, definitely. Those baby chicks are very cute. All right, Lori, I'm gonna tell you what the Fulio trial is about. Okay, so the trial for the murder of Julio is a who's a rapper, and the joint trial for Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Rashad Murphy, and Devon Murphy. Oh, hilarious movie. Yeah. they now certainly with chicks, they do have good eggs. If they're egg laying hens, those are good. Or if the definitely chicken eggs are really cool. We were talking about that earlier, which on the garden line. Prosecution theory: the state argues that defendants stalked and hunted Julio while he was in Tampa celebrating his 26th birthday. The murder was allegedly a result of a long-standing gang rivalry in Jacksonville, with the suspects tracking Julio's public, mostly shared locations in social media. Surveillance footage. Videos from hotels and Tesla Sentry Mode tracked the suspect vehicles, a suspect in Chevy Cruze and black Chevy Impala, throughout the night. The Airbnb logs records the link to Airbnb stayed in Tampa to Isaiah Chance and Rashad Murphy, including ring camera footage of the suspects arriving, leaving the property. Testimonies from medical examiners detail that Fulio suffered multiple gunshot wounds, including a fatal shot to the suspect's chest, no, shot to the chest and the heart and the lungs. Mogi said the Fulio trial pisses me off too much. People making excuses and talking about snitching, and if that's not the root of the problem, how about don't hurt someone over stupid stuff? Moki, I totally agree with you 100%. It's extremely cringe that in that culture, that they do stuff like that, about snitching and all that stuff. It's when you're doing something bad like that, definitely. And Mogi says the Julio read that. Okay, Passion says Passion said defense is leaning heavily on the fact that the shooters were masked in surveillance. Detective identified each one. Solid deductions. Okay, thanks. ONG have baby chicks in our local Wilco farm store, and their peepers so cute. They fall asleep so often. And Moki said, with the next eating them after they can't lay. Oh, hilarious, Moki. And shout out to Saw Girl. I see what you're saying, Saw Girl. Thanks. All right, and there was previously a verdict in Alicia. So separate fit trial that concluded on October 31, 2025, was the Alicia trial. She was found guilty of manslaughter, lesser charge than the original first-degree conspiracy charges defense. Andrews testified that she was a victim of abusive relationship with defendant Isaiah Chance, believed that she was simply going the trip with human unaware a murder plot. Yeah, Stargirl is awesome, definitely. Oh yeah, the Courtney Clenny one. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, yeah, awesome. Yeah, we are definitely glad that Stargirl joined the spaceship. Okay, let's see this one. Yeah, there you go, Moki. Absolutely. Yeah. I don't blame you. Yeah, she's definitely uh, prepped to the gills. All right. Lori said, "I have callous attitude toward the rappers and violent drama." Yeah, I don't blame you. Definitely. So I said, passion is retrial, really boring too. Lots of days off. Believe had a few lawyers, kind of like Karen Reed. Julio is crazy. Second time they've been tried, I think. Oh yeah. All right. Saul says the video of guys running through those parking lots with those weapons. OMG, that was scary to think people are actually in harm's way. Yeah, it is very spooky. Do you know why so many trolls show up to your garden live, but now on this stream it just scares? Oh, absolutely. Oh, Lori. The reason why is, my opinion, they come on here is very rare though. These, I'll say, these streams that we're watching here get subs. They do. And there's a lower population of people on these streams. But the reason why these streams don't have as many trolls is because the phone lives are done by, YouTube's algorithm is pumping the garden lives, I mean, the phone lives out there, because people are swiping. Random people are just swiping on their phones, like this. And it has a large quantity of people on there, and whatever they're thinking of or doing, they're going to go and troll. So they see that the content of the Garden Live is productive and it's a good show. People have their own insecurities or their own issues, so they're projecting it as trolling on the stream. So it's basically like YouTube mass advertising the content, and by doing that, the trolls are seeing a good channel with good content on it, that with a good community, and a place to try to make themselves heard and be stupid. And there's a larger concentration of traffic heading towards it. But it seems that the traffic, because we know, Lori, we've been on live streams before where there's not as many trolls with a large audience. So it's just some of the people that are on those scrolling lives sometimes people do dead scrolling and there's nothing going on in their heads. So people on phone lives might be more having personal issues or just scrolling around, losing brain cells. So it's something different than what they usually see. And I don't know who they are. They're when I did there was a different era like a year or two ago when I would do phone lives and they didn't get thousands of views like they do now, but there were still trolls on those, and it was pretty bad. Uh, but they would just get like 100 or so or a few hundred views. Now the streams, these computer lives get like over 100 views usually, and the computer lives, I mean the phone lives getting usually over 1,000 views. So that is basically what it is. It's just there's good content. People want to troll good content because they feel bad about themselves, and the other part of it is there's more being pumped by YouTube's algorithm more. Yeah, Omoki said, I don't know who any of them are. Okay, so I saw this girl. I saw the girl's trial. I get it now. Okay, also confusing anymore. One trial after another. I just understood why people want to hurt each other, and I was confused the why and WMLE too. And there was someone the other night that was trying to drag me into political rant with her. Not my cup of tea. What I believe, and it's nobody else's business unless I want to share. I remember that saw girl when that was happening. Yeah, some people just want to. I am very involved with political uh, podcast and commentary stuff on different parts of YouTube. So I'm just more used to it. But yeah, a lot of people don't like to talk about politics or be dragged into discussions. There's people out there that will drag you down. There's people that we call Ivans. Y'all don't know who Ivan is, but there are people like Ivan who will drag no matter what. They'll drag people into something and come up with stupid arguments and just go on and on and on. Right? So she was an Ivan type of viewer, and Ivans can be annoying. So definitely a good point, Sawgirl. I agree. It's the garden lives are we talk about kinds of things, but there's certainly people could chill and have a good experience. Also, you did very well with that, Sawgirl. You didn't get to take the bait. Yeah. Passion said with Fulio, it sounds like there's two sides of the tracks: gang or not gang. If you're not in a gang, you have 30 plus options to pick from. If you're gain reputation by hurting your own opponents or brag about it. Yeah, it's extremely stupid. It's just basically a cultural self a I don't know what that was. It was something. Yeah, it was certainly cultural self deletion when people do stuff like that. It's deleting their own. See, a lot of these gang activity, it's only hurting them, you know, and it's plaguing them for so long. It's like you have to go and delete other gang members and fight each other. It's just so stupid. And the other people who were out there, in neighborhoods that have to deal with these types of violent behavior is not good for them either. So it hurts everybody. It's basically a poison for their own community. You know, it's just like wars and stuff, but on steroids. There's the reds and then the blues and the purples, and everybody's trying to beef with each other, and they have loyalty and dedication, and but they need to be guided in a better direction than doing something like that. It's a waste of a life. Like Fulio's not alive anymore. Uh, it's crazy how they do that to each. A life is lost, and it's certainly disgraceful. That's why I could see where Moki would be triggered by it, and it's annoying. And I'm completely triggered too. It's so stupid. They do these type of things. It's completely dishonorable. They act like it's a sacred oath or something. One person who has a blue name was running for argument in religion. I was like, "Go relax." It was eclectic group. Yeah, I might have said something you had been. Oh, a hilarious Hogro. Hilarious. Bubbles wants to pilot the spaceship now. Yeah. Oh, the definitely in the live streams, uh, it's a diverse group of people from different religions and cultures and stuff mixed together. Yeah, it's a definitely a diverse bunch. And you see, it's just I like that. 'Cause I just feel things sometimes divide people, and I want to people to be in one place to put their differences aside to get along, talk about it civilly. Like I think with trial chat could have been like that, where they could talk about things that they disagree about in a civilized manner. But sometimes, regarding politics and stuff. But uh, it's I like the concept they had in trial chat where there's different people, of different walks of life in one place. I like that. So I try to make it like that here. But I'm more open for people talking about political or religious stuff, you know, correctly. I think, usually when I referee the conversation, it seems to, in my opinion, y'all could correct me if you think you disagree. It usually directs it in a more uh, positive direction, but sometimes things get heated, people get out of hand. Yeah, yeah, but definitely the trolls and those places could be sometimes can be fun, sometimes can be funny, and other times they're just downright cringe. Yeah. Saw Girl, I completely in agreement with you, 100%. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. If they're cuckoo or whatever, absolutely. Yeah, and Saw Girl, I'm glad that you're accepting a diverse people. That's really awesome. Yeah. Passion said it's hard to have deeply held beliefs challenged if you're not skilled at it. It can feel personal beliefs about justice, politics, etc. Yes. Yes. Where he said, also, I was talking about how we accidentally scroll up too far and leave Garline for a second. I always see some weird stuff like people in a hut with water contraption. Yeah, there's some live streams that could be kind of scared. And yeah, yeah, I've seen that before too. Saw said, right, Lori, and other people. I do scroll down, and there was like a man with him, that's and yeah, that is so weird. That is so weird, indeed. Scared. Oh, and Iran. Oh, scared. 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 Yeah, they could have some weird live streams. I've seen some strange things, and they have some. Our live streams are like intellectual and like fun, but there's other streams that are kind of bizarre. Definitely out there. But we definitely have broken records with the thousands of people that watch live stream. I remember like one night, one of the earlier days of this new era of garden live streaming, it was like over 1,000. I was like, whoa! And it was getting more and more. So I was like, it's definitely wild. Scared. All right. Saul says, I like to see the way people cook and eat in different regions of the world. That's fascinating to me. Oh, I love that. But we have people on on here that like were from the Caribbean, and they talked about different dishes they have there, and they're real delicious and fascinating looking. So I like the way different cultures and regions eat too. Very cool. All right. I love when you answered a question, Alien, and you saw it. It's because you said because it's people get scared. You don't miss a beat. Love it. Yes. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the feedback. Uh, love you too, Mohi, and have a good night. All right. Saul said, also watch extreme campers like in the snow and rain, the rainforest. It's crazy, but I have to tell you that I went camping at Mount Shasta, and that cured my desire to camp ever again. Oh Lord, scared. I wonder what happened with that. Scared. Pash says one of my Passion said one of my options of was the lottery to win a lottery. Okay, I'll speak English. Okay, one of my options if I win the lottery, I dream a lot, is a retrofit cruise ship for cooking shows and travel for the world for showcasing chefs. Very good idea. Moke it. Like we gotta go and moke it. Yeah, that would be very cool. Passion. And which I'll still do. See with the new phone, I can do the cooking. I've not done it yet, but I'll do the cooking streams at some point. I have the phone for it now. I have to get some other things, and then I'll be able to do it. But yeah, that would be definitely have a cruise of that would be pretty cool. Yes, cooking streams. Yeah, and Saw says it was September and it was freezing at night. But anyway, I didn't see Bigfoot, but I did see a lot of deer that came up to our camp, and I did buy me a little tiny Bigfoot. Scared. Yeah, yeah, definitely, Lori. Yes. Saul says, "What about the grits and shrimp? Oh, my OMG, that was so delicious when my son and his wife got married in NOLA. I mean, it was like totally NOLA food at the buffet. Oh, yeah, the food is excellent with all kinds of seasonings and different stuff in it. It's uh, very enchanting." Yes, exactly, Lori. Yeah, yeah. Trial snacks on otherworldly cuisine experiments. Yeah, hmm definitely. Yeah, the thing with the gumbo, it's extremely it takes a while to make. Yeah, it would be a couple of days probably. Yeah, it's very involved, and it's a bit. I remember sometimes when I've seen it being made, there's a like a like a 4 foot pot of well, like a tank on a stove. It depends how big you make it, but I mean, there's a gumbo. I mean that you could buy from the local grocery store, but there's a gumbo like from scratch is definitely it's easy to do. It's not easy to do, but it's very involved. It's very involved. I'll show you how to make New Mexico enchiladas if you show me how to make. Oh, I'll show you how to make the gumbo, Saw Girl. I definitely will. All right. I'll be a pleasure to do it. Absolutely. Yes, it's a lot of ingredients. A lot of ingredients, and also there's it's like almost making a voodoo spell, which I don't do stuff like that, but it's almost like that. It's like a bunch of crabs and seafood and rice and meats, and it's like basically they people were putting a bunch of stuff together to you know put it up there. That's what they were doing. Oh, thank you, Saw. It's very nice of you. Oh, tip of the day: secret everything is butter. Yeah, and usually the I would have gumbo at Thanksgiving at my friend's house. Oh, okay, it's Spanish gumbo. Nice, nice, very cool. Where he said makes me think of Bumbo Gump's shrimp business, shrimp gumbo, shrimp powder, shrimp cakes, shrimp. Yeah, one time I was gonna get myself some gumbo and I touched the metal thing and I forgot it was hot and I was like I touched it and I like let it go like automatically. But I had to use a lot of discipline because like ooh you're not supposed to touch this and put it back down. It was more just like feeling every single nerve on the body activate at once. It's like ooh no, it's not supposed to touch this. Oh yeah, that's good alligator. Yeah. Yes, that is true. Yeah, that is very sad indeed. Saw said the other sad movie was that he was in Philadelphia. OMG, brother, uncle, and our age might be brother. He was deleted from passed from AIDS in '94. Oh yeah, rest in peace. Condolences for your loss. Yeah, where did the alien? Was I teleported but came back. Yeah, scared, scared. Saw said the other Tom Hanks movie really liked was Castaway. Oh, that Tom Castaway was excellent. You know, dude was like just being a FedEx bro, and he crashes into water but survives. But it's scared. Passion said, "Remember Philadelphia came out? I've never seen it. was back when movie cover art had more sway over me. Ah, yeah, yeah, back in the golden age of that. Saw said did not watch until '05. It was like 11 years after couldn't do it. It just yeah, it's very sad. He carried the whole movie in Castaway. He was so fantastic and good. Now I know why you have to cook crab because if you don't, it's watery, right? Uh, Crab to cook crab because if you don't, it's watery. Yeah, that's true. Try to watch Castaway a few weeks for the first time, but my impatience got the best of me. I cheated. Oh, yeah, it could definitely be a winded movie. I get sometimes I'll think to myself like situations like Castaway, it would be a paranoid situation to happen. Like when I see a movie like Castaway, I'm thinking like, you know, I mean, I wouldn't mind being on an island somewhere, but it's just away from everybody and stuff. They don't even know you're dead or alive. It's that would be if you're on an airplane or something and then it happens, it's kind of cringe in a way. Like that's something that I think is a little bit. It's a disturbing scenario, but you got to do what you got to do to survive. Also, gumbo has shrimp in it too. Yes, he was his own dentist. That's true. Yeah, yeah, and that was very brave for the character for him to do that. And he did what he had to do. It's like when you're in that situation, people will sink or swim. Passion said the island with the Bear Grylls is close to Castaway. He dumps people on an island for a month, some of them camera operators, and assumes they'll make it. Most do. Right. and the eldest son calls her chair grills because I go up into the wilds solo for 2 weeks every year. Yeah, you are in a way you are like that. Yeah. Hmm. Definitely are skilled in the wilderness. True crime came here earlier. Interesting. Maury said, "Too funny. I don't even think it's a big deal, but some of my fellow EAs at work can't believe I do. They get scared, scared, scared." Hello, comedy. Good to see you again. Oh, comedy. We're just chilling, talking about different movies right now. Saw said my friend and her sister bought land in Arizona and age 65 to 79 years old and hold their own water. Live in tents. OMG, I'll put up with my daughter anytime. Oh, hilarious. Yeah, a lot of people like to live off the land, or some people like to, do some bungee jumping or something. Some people do all kinds of things that others wouldn't do. All right, so and lovely people they are, very rugged ladies. Good for them. Oh yeah, yeah, good for them that they're able. They want to do that and they do that. Right. And I never want to come home when it's time. I love to never entering building for 2 weeks. but I go in early summer. Winter up there is treacherous and would require serious shelter provisions. Oh, and there's also the blizzards and stuff that could happen that could go and cause people to get wiped out. Passion said that the show Survivor was meant to be Castaway, but they're not really surviving. They're just move between filming locations and complaining. I saw Survivor when it was out, and I remember the people complaining a lot. Like I was just gonna like, you and I were thinking the same thing. Like, I just remember people complaining. Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. Absolutely. Saw said, I actually wanted to join my friends living off the land, but RA prevents from for months at a time. It's not particularly for me. I wish they were. I'd be out there in a heartbeat. Oh, okay. Okay, that's good to know. Really comedy. That's wild. That is crazy indeed. 1972. Oh yeah, Lori. Scared. Or it could be a Nephilim cave. So, uh, how did is it? Was there a way to tell exactly the difference? How could be a mountain lion cave? Oh, hello there, Zero. I gotta know, was it about a fuel filter light blinking? It says something about a fuel line having a blinking light. Okay, so Zero, there is a over in the backup generator room. There was a fuel filter light blinking, so it was in the generator room because it's a room that's usually the engine room is monitored consistently, but this other place may not be under constant surveillance, so it was where the backup generators are. But it's supposed to be full, but they thought there could be a leak in there, maybe, or someone forgot to fill it or something. Because I thought it was completely filled, but it was blinking. You have like a dark room and it's blinking. Not many people go in there too often, so that is what it was. Oh, yeah, exactly, Pash. Or he said there was an old scat and some tracks. And oh, yeah, that is uh, scared. Definitely wouldn't be a place to stay. Yeah, it's certainly going to be not as sweet as Bubbles. Ah, Fact Zero. Okay, he's going to go take care of that. Alien, it was never the top of the mountain I climbed to see. Oh, decommissioned fire. Oh, oh, look out. Near the top of the mountain, I climbed to see a decommissioned fire. Look out. Oh, scared, scared, scared. Yeah, you do, Lori. And very courageous, also. Sauce said, I used to walk up 5 mile a day and used to ride bike 20 miles direction. Yeah, that is very messed up to hear about that, Saw. 'Cause, I definitely, you do like your activities. Maury said, our mountains have so many old fire lookout sites. Ah, right. Oh, Saw, that is very messed up for that to happen in '09. Yeah. Visiting from California, I couldn't walk next. Yeah, very, very terrible. Now, Lori, one thing is, let's see. Tell me what a fire lookout is, Lori. I don't really know what that is. So Zero says, good save. Somehow the module regulating when went into accept energy into the emergency backup stop function. Tosses alien the broke one. Maybe if you fix it, you can use it for something. Okay, I got it right here. Thank you. I definitely will go tinker with it and see what I can do with it. Yeah, definitely, it is the worst issue indeed. Absolutely. And I actually had another boat, and it's been going on since just June, and point where they only had to get. Oh yeah, saw. I definitely, can only imagine you wouldn't worse than your worst enemy. Yeah, it definitely must be inhibiting. Yeah, well done, Zero. Facts. Isn't it like a tower in the forest when the Rangers look to see there's fires coming from a distance? I think, okay, thank you, Saw Girl. And Lori said alien is a structure built or placed by helicopters on a mountain top tall. A person or two people stay there and scan surrounding mountains for signal signs of fire. Ah, okay. Thank you, Lori. Thank you. Officially, was second to worst thing ever to happen to the ship. The worst was when the seal of the vent broke. It can silently delete everyone if it wasn't noticed. Yeah, Zero, you save us on the spaceship. We're able to cruise to the galaxies like butter. So we appreciate you and your brilliant mind here, along with the others. During World War II, fire lookouts double lookouts for income enemy aircraft. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm looking at it now. I know what those are. I just didn't know what they were called. Oh, thank you. She said, "Indeed, prefer breathing over not breathing. You know me so well." Oh, Neil, you remember me talking about the HE5 being a starship fuel? Guess what? Humans finally figured out use it for nuclear fission power plants. Oh, really? Finally? Wow. Yep. You definitely were right on the money with that one. Yeah. And now the Earthlings are using it with their nuclear power plants, like tin cans with a piece of string. Yeah. There was a primitive phone system running by wire a lot of our old towers so they could talk to one another. I am obsessed with old fire lookouts. That's very fascinating. Now the humans just have to figure out that the stuff that is left over is used to line the hull of the starships. Yeah, they have to catch up to that. Indeed. Yeah. Where he said a lot of humans manned the lookouts during World War II as so many men were deployed and had to hike, and carrying food, water, and mules were important too. Sure, passion. We could look at the galactic chess pieces. That sounds fun to me. Scared. All right. Let's see. Hedy Lamarr co-invested a secret communication system in 1941, patent in 42, which utilized frequency hopping spread spectrum technology to prevent enemy forces from jamming. Yeah. Thank you for the info. Oh yeah, I remember. And Saw said Allied radio guide torpedoes her invention designed with composer George Enthel use the player piano mechanisms to job frequencies, laying the foundational technology for modern Wi-Fi Bluetooth. Oh, awesome. They figured out that you slam three hydrogen molecules together to make the energy He5, as well as residue eternal 2, which is second power. Then they will get space travel. It looks like they're learning quickly. I figured this out about 5 years ago. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, because the Earthlings are certainly going to be using this now for their own devices. Noble gas. Yeah. The issue humans having now is that their machines is splitting into two ideas. You have to spin the hydrogen around until it gets to a single point, then it slides to just other machine. Ah, yeah, yeah, that is something complex about the Earthlings. Yeah, good point. And Saw said, just letting you all know that college and already teaching them this stage when they were back then my day. Matter is going to be energy of the future. Yeah, I do agree with you. Black Mirror will be energy of the future. Very good point. Nice. Zero says spinning now 90 degrees perpendicular from where it was, which causes the three hydrogens slam together, and this is where the deuterium forms. Oh, thank you. Nope, we do not need it right now, but we'll need it. We'll need about the flux capacitor. We'll need that one in the other room of the spaceship, but not with that specific device. Lord, nice. Yeah. On the walls of the other machine then has been removed. It'll take until they decide to melt deuterium and notice how strong and vacuum it is. Grandson tells me they are already harvesting black matter, and so I am more black matter you can harvest, the more energy efficient it'll be, but who knows if it'll even be alive. Right. 5 billion gigawatts. Yes. They almost touching stage one, find out how to put the machines together and get the touch of the stage one. Helium has to be easier to acquire than plutonium. Yeah, I think that helium's the simplest one. There says, why are we talking about the room with the flux capacitor? Oh, the reason why we're talking about that room is because oh, chat didn't know if it was completely necessary to have it, but it is necessary in the other room where you have all the breakers in there. Because without that, the whole thing would just start going all over the place. It keeps everything running steadily. Uh, in in the breaker room. Yeah. Oh, sorry. It was what I was talking about. It was what I was talking about. We can also inhale helium in the other way. Don't run. We're your friends. Oh yeah. Don't run. We are your friends. Yeah. Chat only needs to know about the fail safe. Chat needs to know about the fail safe. Yeah, it's true. Exactly, Lori. Yeah. Yeah, I love the humor here too. Chat's very funny. Passion said eventually we will be harvesting asteroids and flinging material back to the moon with huge rocket powered capitals and drop off the fire watchtower. If you don't know, don't ask. If you don't know, don't tell. If you know, don't tell. The real don't ask, don't tell. Right. Eventually, we will be harvesting asteroids and flinging material back to the moon with huge rocket powered that we drop off the watchtower. Okay, Saw Girl, see you in the garden, and good night to you. Thank you for coming. Ah, yes, right away. Hi, matey. Arg, we're gonna go right past the Cape of the Sun. Oh, she got a C in physics, which means certified. So it means you're certified in physics. I like physics class when I was in it. I'm still waiting for the human to get the slingshot sky hook work for fuel less orbit. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, the fuelless orbit. That'll be very nice for us to do, to have eventually. Yeah. Uh, Sargrel. Yeah. Okay, and Passion said I had a uh, catapult set in Kerbal Space Program. You can launch a craft inside of the universe in 3 seconds if you get enough spin and your launch arm is long enough. Huh? Nice. Kirby. Yes, I believe I did. I might be a Force Ghost or something, but I mostly survived. Yeah. One and one student had looking up SpaceX most powerful rocket today. He wanted to know if they had the electric one yet. It said not enough power. Usually, it's not enough power to launch that type of spaceship. A spaceship, electrical powered one, would not be as powerful enough to do it yet. Right. Well, blinks a few times. Welcome back. I guess going around the sun a second time you fix it. Yeah, yeah, right. Hello, UAP. Yeah, I have landed. Yeah, and you've landed too. UAP has landed. Yeah, a good one. It depends on what you want to launch into space, I guess. There's probably an electric turbine craft that could launch as plane and get to the moon, but I don't know how to get it back to catapult. Oh, yeah. That would take some advanced magnetism to do. In modern aerospace, electric rocket ships typically refer to spacecraft using electric propulsion (EP) technology that uses electricity to accelerate propellant extreme spreads at extreme speeds, while traditional chemical rockets provide the high thrust needed to launch from Earth. Electric rockets are far more efficient once in space, making them ideal for long distance missions like to Mars, the outer solar system. How electric spacecraft works. Unlike chemical rockets that burn fuel, to create fire and thrust, electric rocket use electrical energy source from solar panels or nuclear reactors utilize gas like xenon to shoot out the engine in speeds up to 10 times faster than chemical exhaust. The cloak of invisibility. Unlike chemical rockets that burn fuel to create fire and thrust, electric rockets use electric energy source from solar panels or nuclear reactors to ionize gas and shoot it out the engine speeds up to 10 times faster than chemical exhaust. High efficiency. They have high specific impulse, meaning they use very little fuel to reach tremendous speeds over time. Low thrust. They produce very limited immediate force thrust. For example, NASA's Drawn Probe engine produces about as much force as holding a single piece of paper. Deep space usage. Because of how they're thrust, they cannot launch to Earth's surface, but are perfect for maneuvering satellites and power deep space probes. Major types of electric propulsion. Ion thrusters use electric fields to accelerate ions used on missions like NASA's Dawn. Hall effect thrusters use combination of electric and magnetic fields. These are used in space Starlink satellites. Nuclear electric propulsion (NEP) uses a nuclear reactor to produce for power potential, cutting Mars traveling significantly. I love how kids think. He actually had me email NASA for him asking when they plan to explore the black hole. I explained that we would have to figure it out how to not get crushed. Yeah, yeah. Falling into a black hole is a fatal injury when where your body would be stretched into a long, thin strand of matter, a process scientifically known as spaghettification. What you would experience depends heavily on the size of the black hole, whether you are the one falling in or the one watching from the safe distance. Anything beyond the event horizon is just disco. Right. Yeah, Lori's scared. Gravity black hole is extreme and changes so rapidly that it pulls much harder on the part of your body closest to it. Newell effect. If you fall feet first, the gravity at your feet is significantly stronger than that on your head. This difference tidal force stretches you vertically while simultaneously compressing you horizontally. Okay, saw, understood. Understood. Passion said there's a theory that once everything has been absorbed into a black hole, they'll absorb each other until the entire universe is colossal into a single point, the Big Bang again. Oh, interesting. All right, Saul said. Okay, or Saul. Okay. Yeah, the MIB is knocking. Yeah. All right. So gravity of black hole is so extreme and changes so rapidly that it pulls much harder on the part of your body closest to it. If you fall feet first, the gravity at your feet is significantly stronger than your head. This difference, tidal force, stretches you vertically while simultaneously compressing you horizontally. Timeline. In a stellar mass black hole formed from a single star, these forces are so violent that you would be shredded into atoms before you even reach the point of no return. Event horizon. So, in a supermassive black hole, you might survive across the event horizon for a short time before being spaghettified closer to the center. The paradox. Because the black hole is wrapped in fabric of space and time, different observers see the complete different realities. From your perspective, you would see yourself falling normally at first, and then you approach the center outside the universe, but appear to speed up, eventually compress into a small bright circle of light behind you. Yes. Scared. From an outside observer's perspective, because of gravitational and time delusion, you would appear to slow down as you would get closer to the edge. Eventually, you would seem to freeze at the event horizon, slowly turning red and fading away as light from your body can no longer escape. Yeah, passion. The spaghetti monster in space may have fought with a black hole. Yeah. Yeah. Final destinations: singularity. Once you cross the event horizon, escape is mathematically impossible because all paths through space lead inward. Within seconds, you would reach the singularity, a point of infinite destiny where you know laws of physics, case, exit, you matter crushed into a infallible state. Or he said, but if we can achieve light body, like taking galactic elevator transport, like, right. Final destination, singularity. Once you cross the event horizon, escape is mathematically impossible because all paths through space lead toward. Within seconds, you would reach a singularity, a point of infinite density where the known laws of physics cease to exist and your matter is crushed into infallible state. Black holes are typically categorized by their size and how they form, ranging from perennial seeds to supermassive giants that anchor galaxies. These classifications are primarily based on their mass relative to the sun. Where he said, I heard our true form is not this water filled meat costume, but light. I have visions age 13 that we're actually balls of light. Maybe that's a soul. Yeah, that's what the soul is, Lori. Many depictions of that, how that is depicted. It's like a soul. It's a spirit ball of light. Yeah, exactly. Passion. Right. Our spark of life. Yeah. Stellar mass black hole formed from collapse of massive star supernova. These are about 5 to 100 times the mass of the sun. There are roughly 100 million in our Milky Way. Notable examples include the Cygnus of X-1 and Gaia BH1. Supermassive black holes. These, hmm, okay, these monsters are millions of to billions of times more massive than the sun and sit at a center of most galaxies. Our own galaxy hosts Sagittarius A, which is 4 million solar masses. Intermediate mass of black holes, a missing link between stellar and supermassive size, ranging from hundreds of thousands of solar masses. Examples like the HLX-1 have spotted, but are rare and hard to confirm. Lori said, in the vision, balls of light were elegantly arching to Earth, and I just knew it was us. It was very powerful, and they took my breath away. Yeah, facts. Primordial black holes, theoretically tiny black holes that may have formed right after the Big Bang, they could be as small as an atom or massive as a planet. Having said that, though, I'd love to explore one too. Yeah. Oh, nice UAP. Yeah, hilarious. All right. To understand stops the edge of the black hole, physicists use the Schwarzschild metric. This formula calculates how much time slows down for someone near a black hole compared to passing someone in TF. And Schwarzschild radius, the distance from the center of the event horizon. And R is current distance from the center. As you go closer to the event horizon, the value inside the square root gets closer to zero. At the exact event horizon, time efficiently stops relative to the outside world. Spending an hour near a black hole can result in anywhere from the 7 years to several millennia passing on Earth, depending on your exact distance from the horizon. Meanwhile, no-hair theorem explains that no matter how complex the object was that fell in it, the black hole itself remains one of the simplest objects to the universe. If you spend time on a black hole orbiting close to the supermassive black hole, you would age at a normal rate from your own perspective. However, the extreme gravity would slow your personal clock significantly compared to the observers far away. In the film Interstellar, characters spend 1 hour on a planet near the black hole Gargantua, which results in 7 years passing for their colleagues in orbit on Earth. Extreme proximity. If you hover just a few meters above the event horizon of a supermassive black hole, the time dilation would be even more severe. 1 hour for you could equal thousands of years on Earth. Exactly, Passion. I agree. Irreversible future. This acts as one-way time machine. For the future, you could return to find your family long gone while you have aged only a single hour. I used to make my high school math teacher mad because I'd ask challenging questions. I told him it wasn't logical that two lines that get closer and closer will never touch. I think a black hole might have ended that argument. Right. Right. The the no-hair theorem. No-hair theorem, a conjecture states that all black holes can completely described by three observable properties regardless of what they were made of. Mass, how much stuff is inside? Electric charge, whether it has positive or negative charge. Angular momentum, how fast is it rotating? That is true, Passion, they did. Yeah. The term "no hair" is metaphor for popular John Wheeler, suggesting that black holes are a bald or featureless any other formation that matter formed. The black hole is chemical composition, shame, shape, or color permanently lost once it passes the horizon event. To understand exactly how much you would age, physicists compare the local time to Earth time. The Schwarzschild, the Schwarzschild radius. No, it's Schwarzschild. That's the right pronunciation. Because there's no E in there. So it's just Schild. First, calculate the event horizon boundary based on holes and mass m. A black hole 100 million times the mass of the sun. It's about 2 AU, which is twice Earth's distance. And then you have to determine the distance of how close you're hovering, how close it is to the radius. Examples of dilation. Yeah, a tongue twister. Okay, UAP, thank you. If a black hole is spinning, which most are, you can orbit even closer safely, potentially leading to massive 1 hour, 7 year shift seen in the movies. Human near a black hole would age normally in their own frame of reference, but it would effectively leap thousands of years into Earth's future upon their return. Passion said, "These numbers are getting beyond me. How many football stadiums equate the mass of 100 million tons?" That's a very good question. To equate the mass of 100 million suns, you would need approximately 199 octillion, so 199 times 10 to the 29th power, football stadiums. Scale comparison. This number is so massive that it is difficult to visualize. To put it in perspective, a mass of one sun, roughly 1.989 times 10 to 30 power kilograms. 100 million suns. This is roughly the mass of a supermassive black hole, like one galaxy, M87. Though at one is even larger than 6.5 billion suns. One football stadium, a massive concrete structure like Wembley Stadium or AT&T Stadium, weighs roughly 1 million tons, including the concrete, steel, and glass. Why the number so large? Even though the stadium feels incredibly heavy to us, it is practically weightless compared to a star. One single sun is equal to 2 sectillion, 2 followed by 21 zeros. Yeah, that's true. You probably have seen octillion grains of sand. Multiplying that by 100 million brings you to octillions. If you were to stack all these stadiums, they would fill a volume significantly larger than our entire solar system. The mass of 100 million suns is immense. It makes the Earth look like a speck of dust, yet it remains just a tiny fraction of the total mass of the galaxy. To match the mass of 100 million suns, you would need approximately 33.3 trillion Earths. If you lined up these Earths side by side, they would span distance from 424 trillion kilometers, roughly 400 no 45 light years, far enough to reach the Gisli 581 system and back twice. Compared to the Milky Way, while 100 million suns sounds like a lot, it's actually quite small compared to the entire Milky Way. Milky Way was estimated to have a total mass of 1.5 trillion suns, including dark matter. Therefore, your 100 million sun mass only is about 0.067% of 1/15,000th of the Milky Way's total mass. In perspective, if the Milky Way were the size of 2,000 square foot house, 100 million suns would be roughly the size of a single postage stamp. See, we have no idea what's out there. 100 million octillion football stadiums don't even compare to this galaxy, let alone the entire universe. Yeah, it's so big and vast. We don't even know what could be there or what isn't there. You know, there has to be more in there. It's like a void of an ocean. There's more to it than meets the eye. Black hole with the mass of 100 million suns is significantly larger than our galaxy's central black hole, Sagittarius A, which is approximately 4 million solar masses. To visualize this, 1 million suns would be equivalent to about 25 Sagittarius A's combined. Okay, so while your let's see. While Sagittarius A is massive, it's considered small for a galaxy as big as ours. Mass. If you're 100 million solar mass black hole would be roughly 23 to 25 times heavier than Sagittarius A. Galactic anchors. Other nearby galaxies have much larger central black holes. For instance, the black hole Andromeda galaxy is around 100 million solar masses. Size of the event horizon. The size of the black hole event horizon points of no return is directly proportional to its mass. For non-rotating black hole radius, Schwarzschild radius, approximately 3 kilometers per solar mass. Oh, good, good. Mass of the black hole is m is 100. Let's see, that's a lot of zeros. Well, yeah, that's right. 100 million solar masses. So a mass of a black hole is m. 100 million solar masses. Conversion factor: 3 kilometers per solar mass. Calculation: 300 million kilometers. How big is 300 million kilometers? Solar system context: the radius of 2 astronomical units (AU), where 1 AU is the distance from Earth to the Sun. Visualizing diameter: the total diameter would be 4 AU, roughly 600 million kilometers. If you place this black hole in the center of our solar system, it would swallow the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and reach all the way to orbit of Mars. So that is very large. Oh, we got a diagram here. Oh, I know. I know. And astronomers measure the mass of black holes by tracking the speed of nearby stars or gas, as heavier black holes cause objects of their vicinity to orbit much faster than these massive invisible objects. They are often surrounded by acceleration disks, which are glowing rings of gas and dust provided needed to see them. Acceleration disk is the outer edge. Relativist, realistic let, and singularity in photon sphere and event horizon. Acceleration disk, a cosmic glow ring. An acceleration disk is a flattened, rotating structure of massive spiraling into a black hole. It is primarily the reason we can identify black holes in space. Yes, Lori. Intense heat. As gravity pulls matter inward, particles collide and create an immense friction, heating the disk to millions of degrees. High energy. This friction causes disk to glow brightly across many wavelengths, emitting X-rays and ultraviolet lights that can outshine entire galaxies. Location. The disk sits just outside the event horizon. The brightest part typically extends to about 5 times the Schwarzschild radius for about 100 million solar masses of the black hole. This disk would reach as far as orbit as Saturn. How astronomers weigh a black hole. Because black holes themselves emit no light, astronomers must use indirect forensics evidence to calculate their mass. Stellar motion. Scientists track individual stars orbiting the center of the galaxy by measuring the speed of the star size of its orbit. They can apply laws of gravity to find mass of invisible central objects. This method was used to prove that Sagittarius A is a supermassive black hole. Gas velocity. For instance, the galaxies where individual stars are too faint to see. Astronomer measurements. Measures the speed rotating gas clouds. The acceleration disk uses the spectroscopy. Uh, spectroscopy. Faster spinning gas indicates a heavier black hole. The reverberation map. Reverberation mapping. This technique measures the time delay between night flares and from accelerating disks and their echo from more distant gas clouds. The delay tells astronomers the size of the gas structure, which helps determine the black hole's mass. Gravitational waves. When two black holes merge, they send ripples through the fabric of space-time. By analyzing the frequency and amplitude, these waves are delicate to the detector. Waves like LIGO can hear the exact mass of the merging pair. Exactly, passion. Right. Gravity near the black hole is so intense that it acts as a funhouse mirror, warping the light from acceleration disk into a strange humps and rings. Immense energy can create uh, quasars, which are brightest objects known in the universe. Okay, acceleration disk is the outer edge, and the realistic jet is the cone part. Singularity is the hole, and event horizon and photosphere are inside the hole. All right, and so yeah, yeah, that right there. Visual breakdown: the light bending funhouse mirror. Even though acceleration disk is physically flat, black holes' gravity bends the light rays, traveling from far side, making it appear warped. Einstein Ridge: light from behind the black hole is bent into circular outlines of the horizon. Warped arches: light from the top of the far side of the disk is bent up and over the black hole, while light from the bottom is bent underneath. This creates the appearance of two glowing arches above and below the center. A phantom ring. No, the photon ring. This is a thin bridge ring formed by light and has actually orbited the black hole multiple times before finally escaping toward our eyes. Doppler boosting rather. The side of the disk rotating toward it appears much brighter and bluer, while the side moving away appears dimmer and redder. The quasars are quasi-stellar radio sources are active parts of the distant galaxies, where supermassive black holes consume massive amounts of matter. The color of a black hole is depends on temperature, determines how fast matter is spiraling, and massive black hole itself. Generally, as a disk gets hotter, its color shifts from the cool end of the spectrum to the red infrared end to end is blue ultraviolet. No, ultraviolet. Temperature spectrum. For an active black hole, the disk is not just one color, but a gradient of inner parts of the disk spin faster and experience more friction, making them much hotter than the outer edges. Blue to blue, white, millions of degrees. The hottest parts of the disk, especially around the stellar mass black holes, can reach millions of degrees in the visible spectrum. This appears as brilliant, piercing blue white. White to yellow, tens of thousands of degrees mid-range temperatures, similar to the surface of hot air in the star, appear to be white glow. Yeah, it does. So surface of the hot star appears white or yellow. Red infrared, thousands of degrees. This outer edge describes color of the emitted lower energy and frequency range. Yeah, so those are the colors of the black hole. Black hole mass. Periodically, smaller black holes often have hotter acceleration disks. Because their events on the horizons are smaller, the matter must spiral in more tightly and quickly, creating a more friction and heat than around the supermassive giant. Relativistic beaming. The side of the disk rotating toward you is physical blue shifted, making it appear bluer and brighter than its true temperature. The side moving away is the red shifted and appears dimmer and redder. Dust obscuration. Many black holes that should look blue, white appear yellow or red from Earth because interstellar dust scatters blue light much like the sunset of Earth. Black holes are some of the most universal, brightest X-ray sources, primarily because of the gas in the inner acceleration disk reaches temperatures of millions of degrees. At these extreme, matter doesn't just glow with visible light, it vibrates so violently that it releases high energy X-ray radiation. The corona X-ray factor. While the disk itself emits some X-rays, the most intense radiation comes from the region called the corona. Structure. This is a cloud of ultra-hot electrons hovering just above the acceleration disk. The mechanism. Visible light of UV protons from the disk crash into these high-energy electrons. That electrons kick the photons, boosting their energy into X-ray range. This process is known as inverse Compton scattering observation. Because X-rays can penetrate dust and gas better than visible light, telescopes like the NASA's Chandra X-ray Observatory use them to see black holes that the other that are otherwise hidden behind the thick galactic clouds. Relativistic jets. In some black holes, not all of the matter falls in magnetic fields can funnel particles into relativistic jets. Beams of plasma shooting from the pole is nearly the speed of light. These jets are massive X-ray emitters that can span hundreds of thousands of light years. They act like cosmic particles, accelerating far more powerful than any machine humans have built on Earth. Calculating X-ray frequencies. To find the typical frequency of F, an X-ray photon emits by a disk at a certain temperature. Physicists use the Wien's displacement law. and first calculate the weight where most energy is emitted for acceleration disk at 10 million Kelvin, 10 to the 7th power Kelvin. This wavelength falls squarely in the X-ray spectrum. Finding frequency using the speed of light. This incredibly high frequency, which makes X-rays ionizing, meaning they have enough energy to strip electrons from atoms. Result: black hole's X-ray signature is a direct indicator of its extreme friction and temperature, allowing astronomers to identify active black holes across the visible universe. Right, active X-ray telescopes like the Syndra and IXPE hunt for black holes by detecting the high energy light from their feeding zones. Because the light behaves predictably, the astronomers can even use X-ray echoes as form of cosmic sonar to map these invisible giants. X-ray telescopes on the hunt. Since Earth's atmosphere blocks X-ray telescopes must be placed in the same in space to observe the universe's most extreme environments. NASA's Chandra X-ray Observatory, launched in 1999 and still primarily Hunter in 2026, Chandra provides the sharpest images of hot gases and matter of spiraling into black holes. It recently identified as a fast-growing black hole ever recorded, consuming the mass of an entire sun every single day. Imagine X-ray Polarimetry Explorer IXPE specialized mission that measures the polarizing direction. This allows scientists to map 3D shapes of the corona and magnetic fields that launched a powerful relativistic jets. NUSTAR focuses on high-energy X-rays that can penetrate thick clouds of dust, helping astronomers find hidden black holes that other telescopes might miss. E. Erosista, a German telescope that has credited with the most complete X-ray map of the entire sky, revealing hundreds of thousands of new black holes candidates. X-ray mapping. Because black holes are too small to photograph directly with standard telescopes, astronomers use X-ray reverbation mapping, essentially cosmic echolocations. The flash. The bright flare X-rays occur in the corona near the event horizon. The echo. This light travels outward, bounces reflections of the gas surrounding the acceleration disk. The delay. Astronomers measure the tiny time delay, often the minutes between initial flash of the reflection echo. The map, by calculating the delay, is how light's wavelengths is stretched by gravity. Scientists can build a map of the interdisks and how black hole is spinning. Okay, and the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope and NASA's test flagship observatory, scheduled to launch early September 2026, completed ahead of schedule under the budget of April 2026. This design provided panoramic uh, views of the universe 100 times larger than Hubble's infrared views while maintaining the same sharp resolution. Named after Nancy Grace Roman, the mother of Hubble, the telescope will focus on three main cosmic mysteries: dark energy and dark matter. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, exactly, passion. Dark energy, it'll map the distribution of galaxies and matter across cosmos of measure of how universe expansion has changed over billions of years. Exoplanet census. Using a technique called the gravitational micro licensing, it will monitor 100 million stars to find thousands of new planets, including Earth's mass and worlds and rogue planets that wander without a host star. Direct imaging, its chronographic instrument will test advanced light blockage and technology to directly image of the large planet around nearby stars to critical step toward finding life on other worlds. Orbit, it'll be positioned in the Sun-Earth L2 point, about 1 million miles away from Earth near James Webb Telescope. It is expected to transmit at 1.4 terabytes of data, eventually building a massive arc of 20,000 terabytes over a 5-year primarily mission. Current status: as of early May 2026, the observatory is fully assembled, tested. It has successfully passed rigorous environmental tests, including spin, vibration, and thermal vacuum. At NASA's Goddard Flight Center, it is currently undergoing final preparations to shipment in Kennedy Space Center for a launch in Falcon Heavy rocket. Okay, chat, and that'll be it for this stream for tonight. And that was really cool talking about black holes, and we'll be getting to more stuff tomorrow. It's nice doing the evening streams again in its entirety. It's been a while since I was able to do it, so it's a good stream. Thank you all for coming, and peace.